Records, though, primarily, right, Pilot? Shall lurk till I log off. I appreciate that, man. I do, in fact, appreciate that. Anyway, shoutouts to Mapetti for being the first person to throw money at me this month, and we are going to dive into some Longdeath. Histories of gluttony and tenacity. As per before, we are on year 412, meaning we have passed the previous timeline. It's not coming back either, unlike the sneezing. Okay, fair enough. Maybe you need like an alternate ego account, which is Nuclear Hiccup. Although Nuclear Hiccup is almost as good. It's a pretty good username, I would say. Amusing little username. We're gonna dive into the current time. I guess I should change it from new timeline to current timeline. But so plan for today primarily is see if the humans invade. They haven't invaded in a little bit. And we just brought in some new merchants, I think. Did I not? Maybe not. Population is low, like very low. Frame rate's also low. Population is very low, which means we need to fix that. So we're going to have to bring in some more merchants and try and up the population just a little bit. Currently have 3 children in the fort. We need like 8. At least. Your audiobook checkout is reset? Well, that means that you can go take up more audiobooks then, I would assume. A water buffalo cow is fighting because it charged at a merchant. Oh. Brilliant. Wait, what? Why is there a panicking water buffalo over there? Okay, more strangeness. Anyway, the living dwarves in the fort currently are Dragon Letharticus Anonymo, Merc, Anthony Malden, Bloodcat 17, Disco the Third, Diamond Destruct, Massive, Volleylol, Tygo, Lilim Katsu, Zindros, Stone, Hoshan, Rory, The Scoid, Red Octobear, Paranoid Metroid, Arch, Do It, scrolling down a little bit, Hops, Jimmy Tibby, Mist, Wait What, Farana, and Navy. Haas, huzzah, how are you? Not a living dwarf, just me saying hi to Haas. But we are going to go request some merchants. Preferably married ones. You am okay? Well, that's good. And we are going to send you to go do that. Unless you didn't actually leave for the first one, which may have just happened. Even Doggo was sleepy. Is it hot over there? High temps tend to have that effect. So it's early autumn in 412. So I think kind of plan for dwarves for the next little bit, at least until premium release, is going to be, at least for the stream schedule, is we're going to do Day of Longdeath and then other things in the evening. Day of other things and Day of Longdeath and other fort. I think is kind of what we're going to do for a little bit. I want to get a bunch of time into Longdeath, so I kind of am thinking about doing 2 days of Longdeath per week. Also, thanks for the coffee. Firelight. Cheers. So yeah, no, it's but that's kind of the plan going forward. When we do or when premium actually launches, we're going to go up to 6 days a week for a little bit. I'll have the normal long streams in the middle of the week and then like 6 to 8 hour streams around the edges because I'm just going to be working every day. Those extra streams are going to not include the record stuff. They're just going to be streams of gameplay. So that's going to be going forward once premium launches, and we'll do those for the initial stint until I just kind of feel like I've had enough, and then after that we are going to kind of go back to the normal schedule. How was yesterday's Jupiter Hellstrom? It was pretty good. I don't know how to pronounce those little doohickeys, so but it was pretty good. It was fine. It wasn't too quiet. My gameplay was kind of lackluster, but I feel like I've had some problems with some of the Jupiter Hell streams recently were like, it's hard to get people to tune in for streams for a channel that they don't watch. So I've had some pretty lurky streams on there recently, but it was good. We had some people chatting by the end of it. Had good talks with the people that tuned in, which was nice. So it went well. It went well. No major complaints there. But yeah, that's the kind of the plan for premium. And then also I'm going to be working on a bunch of stuff for YouTube on the side. Like I want to do some Legends dive days. I want to... Oh, can you... explain to me what's wrong with you, Dwarf? This Dwarf, like, can't make it off the map. Alright. That's it. Removing all of your other jobs. This Dwarf goes to go make the request and then can't finish the walk out. And then turns around to go to store an item in stockpile. I really like this redesign because it makes the fort much safer. But I'm starting to notice some problems in this design is that it takes the dwarves like literally a week to leave the fort. So by the time they actually leave the fort, it's been way too long. And then they go, why? I'm getting hungry. And then they turn around and go get a drink, or they go get food, or they go put a pair of socks away that started to degrade when they got left outside or something. What, you go off to go to work, Orange, and then stop halfway and then go, actually, instead of going to work, how about I go to lunch instead? And then you go get lunch, and then you're like, I need to do laundry, and then you go do laundry, and then you're like, oh, wait, I have to be 2 hours away from here to go do a work thing, right? And then you go 1 hour away, and then you get halfway, and you go, crap, I left the stove on, and you go home, and then you turn the stove off, and then you're like, look, yummy candy, and then you eat candy, and then you're like, alcohol, you get drunk, and then you fall asleep on the sofa, and then you wake up the next day, and you go, oh, I need to be 2 hours away from here for work, and then you go do work, and then you get an hour away, and you go, crap, I forgot. That's basically the way this dwarf is working right now. That's like dwarven ADD in the worst kind of way. But like doing your regular tasks, where you start it, get distracted, do something else for a bit, get distracted, do something else for a bit, get distracted, do something else. There you go. Okay. Let's see if this dwarf actually makes it off the map this time. Come on, Dwarfy, you can do it. You just need to walk all the way around. I know it's a long trip. You probably should do laundry. I put off doing laundry for a while. Until Sunday because it was just so hot and my AC can't cool down my apartment enough when my laundry's running. You did it yesterday? Well, I mean, you probably have some laundry you could theoretically do again because there's always laundry that could be done. Question is, does it need to be done? If it doesn't need to be done, don't do it. Let's put clothes in a fermentation pile. I don't live in Finland, so I don't do things the way you do them. If that's how you culturally operate, then more power to you, Haas. But I prefer my clothes to be sanitized and clean. I ferment cabbage. There you go. You left the map. You made it. Accessible. Go to YouTube or go to Google and type in worst roommate of all time and then find images of mushrooms growing out of boxer shorts. Orange. Hello, Hambloco. Speaking of worst people of all time, I watched a docu-series on Netflix yesterday because it was too hot to do anything that required thinking. It was kind of boring for the first episode, but the second and third part, because it was one of those, it's a 3-part, 1-hour episode series, blah, 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 blah. On Netflix. The first part was pretty good, or it was pretty bad, and then the rest of it got pretty good, but it was called The Most Hated Man on the Internet, which was about revenge porn and isanyoneup.com and all of that crap that happened in like 2012. If anybody remembers this, because I certainly fucking do. It's actually kind of a well put together documentary by the end of it. I think think I need to check my work orders, because it doesn't look like... Turned off, know how to collect webs. Dwarves all harvest. Then why is... If dwarves are all harvesting, then why the fuck is there so much food that needs to be harvested that hasn't been harvested? Are people literally just too slow? Ah, there we go. Look at all these new arrivals. Look at all these merchants. Yeah, you don't have a partner? That's lovely. I'm just giving them hauling jobs for right now, and I'll expand their work repertoires a little bit. Cool. You brought your wife. They're not even that old. 110? Food stockpiles full? Definitely possible. That was my next assumption, was that food stockpiles were full. But yeah, if you have Netflix and you remember all of that stuff, even vaguely, I do actually quite recommend watching The Most Hated Man on the Internet. Makes me actually wonder, like, who is the most hated person on the internet right now? It's gotta be like Alex Jones or somebody. Alright, you. Take those 2 jobs. I think I accidentally brought more people than I wanted. Did somebody just die? No, my messenger hasn't returned yet. That makes sense. It's like, I was at 26 people. Why am I at 25 now? It's also dawned on me that I can remove the unit cap, because I have a unit cap of 60. And it's dawned on me that I can remove that, because there's no way in hell we're going to go above 60. What? That's a sentence I just read. It's really a turnoff? I mean, I'm not here to kink shame directly. Maybe indirectly. Yeah, let's make another food stockpile. It's probably got something to do with it. Actually, I guarantee it's... Yeah, I've got 10,000 plant. I think it might be time to sell a bunch of foodstuffs to humans when they come by. Although, unfortunately, they've been insisting on us lavifying them versus, you know, being friends and trading. They seem to be much more interested in just getting their faces burnt. Anyway, so we're with the humans, or one of the human factions that we are aware of. We are the Eternal Adventure of Time, and we are at war with the Confederacy of Sport, which is a human civilization. To which point they've become the Confederacy of Melt, because I am melting them. They show up and I dump lava on them. And so far it's been working pretty well in our favor for, you know, them getting lava dumped on them. We now have a bunch of merchants in the fort. And I've just realized it is autumn. I need to pull this lever, do it now. But the next little bit of this fortress, I think, is going to just be hanging out in the tavern and hoping the dwarves get married / make babies and be friends, like this one. You need to be friends. Although you are content after pondering epidemic disease. And as Red Octobear says, one should always return a favor. Well, that's good. You also should always ponder epidemic disease, I suppose. And the king, Massive, would like us to make a pick. So I'm gonna make him a pick. Also, I had this really good stoner thought, right? While I was listening to a podcast, and they were talking about gut pain and probiotics and antibiotics. And I had this, and I was outside, and I was a little bit stoned, and I was drinking coffee outside of the coffee shop. I was just kind of like staring at clouds, just thinking while listening to this podcast, and it dawned on me that probiotics are the inverse of an antibiotic, which is why you take probiotics if you're taking too many antibiotics, so that you don't like get an upset stomach. And it's like, why did it take, I never really associated the two names in my head that way before. That, oh, that's the anti-version of this, so you take this to subsidize when you're taking too much of that. And I was just like, that I felt really stupid. Like, how did I never think of that? Anyway, that's my stoner thought of the week. It's like a shower thought, but the pioneer of probiotic clothing. You know, probiotic clothing sounds like something that you'd hear on those as seen on TV. What's the word that I'm looking for? Like sales channels. There's also some interesting research that might indicate that exposure to intense antibiotic treatment in an early stage can give children autism. Isn't there like a million different things saying that if we overdo too many synthetic things, it can give children brain problems, not necessarily autism specifically? Making edibles now? Just vape. And also, that's usually because people don't generally smoke with filters. Anonymous. I mean, I could have told you that without reading a paper on it. I know that. That too. I mean, things can like damage brain development, but it's not gonna cause autism. I mean, I don't have the research paper in front of me, so I can't debate it. Ambloco. I mean, autism's a spectrum. Gate nerd. It's also not a bad thing. Like, Western propaganda wants you to think it is. Just means that you might be a gifted genius. I'm not saying through bong or through water. If you light it, yes, it's of course way more carcinogenic. Stone, or not stone. Anonymous. What I'm talking, like when it comes to cannabis, if you want to be non-invasive to your neighbors, either vape or eat. Elon's pretty bad, so don't use him as an example. He's also a sociopath. If I had Asperger's, I would not want to be compared to Elon. I'll tell you this, Gate Nerd, I would much rather have autism than be bipolar. And I don't have autism. But I am bipolar. I would swap the two. Stimming seems pretty fun, not gonna lie. Isn't every CEO a sociopath? I mean, it's statistically likely. Probably not every CEO. I guess it depends on how big the company that they're the CEO of. Although there's also like, you know, just power brain where it's just like, it's the classic, you know, power corrupts and absolute power corrupts absolutely. It's like if you're in charge of a thing for long enough, it rewires your brain and you start to talk differently. It's your favorite part of the test because, like many others, you didn't even consider how bad the secondhand cannabis smoke was and made a false assumption that since I was smoking through my bong, the smoke was significantly safer than tobacco smoke? Absolutely not. I mean, in most cases, smoking weed is worse for you than smoking tobacco because smoking tobacco, like, okay, weed is less addictive, yes, but most people who smoke tobacco smoke through purchased cigarettes, right, that have filters. The vast majority of people who smoke weed, especially in countries where it's not legal, most people don't even use filters, or they'll use like a piece of like cardboard paper rolled up. Like it's not, like nobody's using filters and it's not prepped in machines. It's just ground and put into a thing. So it's, of course it's more like annoying to people around you, which is why I do not smoke in public. That's possible, Bastet. I'll put it this way. Animal. Mental illness or neurodivergence is not an excuse to be an asshole to people. Elon uses it as an excuse to be an asshole to people. You still have to be kind to people, regardless of how your brain works. Or doesn't. On its own, too. Yeah, this is true. Hey, nerd. Well, I mean, the classic saying is smoking a cigarette is about as bad for you as hanging out around a campfire and roasting a marshmallow. You don't do that 4 times a day. For a reason. Are you playing an instrument or are you just standing on the instrument? This is a brand new dwarf in this fort. Okay, yeah, no, it's carrying an obsidian lular, which is handheld metal stringed instrument. It's basically a lute. It's super neat when you realize that you have musical instruments that the dwarves just pick up and move around, like now Anonymous grabbed it here. Are you putting it away? Oh yeah, you're putting it away. Look at that. New merchant left it on the ground and then Anonymous puts it away. What a good dwarf. Yeah, it's the act of burning it that's significantly more toxic and worse for you than the actual chemicals that you're ingesting. I've never smoked a cigar, so I have zero input on that one. I don't like the smell of cigars. I've been around other people who smoke cigars. When I used to go to PAX West every year. And I have 2 friends that lived in Seattle that would always be at PAX West, and I'd always run into them on the show floor, and they'd always be like, "Hey, Greg, do you want to go smoke cigars?" And I'd be like, "That place has good coffee." Okay. And then we'd go to this cigar lounge, and I would just have one of the nicest espresso, because it was an Italian cigar lounge in Seattle, and they had extremely nice coffee. They had very, 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 very well-made coffee. So, and they roasted all their own coffee too. So it just smelled like tobacco and coffee in there, and it's kind of wonderful. But I don't know. I never smoked cigars because I didn't feel like spending $40 on a cigar. So. And the cigars they had in there weren't cheap. I'm aware you can get cigars for like a couple bucks, but. Yeah, I've never gotten into that, nor tried that. Actually, I used to know a flight sim streamer who would always talk about his cigar collection. I mean, everybody has their hobby, right? If someone wants to spend money on having a fancy set of cigars or a fancy set of wine, more power to them. Frankly, I kind of, to me, cigars make more sense than cigarettes because it's more of a, it's like a glass of wine. Right? It's like something that you have on a special occasion. I understand cigar culture a whole lot more than chain smoking. But yeah, I think we're just going to let the dwarves chill pretty much nonstop until this gets yellow. Yeah, exactly. Okay, rather... I understand the interest and desire in cigars more than the interest and desire and allure of cigarettes. Does that make sense? Because, like, I've smoked cigarettes. And there was a period of time when I was working night shift where I started smoking cigarettes. And it started with a coworker just handing me one. Allegedly. Their marketing is more efficient to make them appear classy. How's that, Revolution? A coworker handed me a cigarette, so I smoked a cigarette. And I bought a pack of cigarettes after that, and I basically smoked that pack over the course of about 3 weeks. And the annoyance that I had with it was I'd finish one, and I'd be halfway done the cigarette, and I'd already be thinking about the next cigarette. And I'd be like, Okay. That's bad. And, yeah, I will smoke if I'm drunk and with somebody else who's smoking and they offer me a cigarette, but that's the only time I smoke. So I maybe have 2 cigarettes a year. Maybe. Cigars are technically less worse. That's a double negative, you know that, right? I don't know. To me, cigars are like wine, and cigarettes are Coca-Cola. One is bad for you, but there's like a reason for it. The other one is just bad for you. You know, it's like, eh. Are you saying that they're more of a craft? If that makes sense? Like they're more of like a trade type thing? Let's make a campfire of cigarettes, pile them up nice and high, like all those YouTube channels. Unabridged Comprehensive Anatomy is the name of a book that we have in this fort. No chemical tobacco. All the industrials would make you ill if you had one. It was interesting. Yeah, I mean, I probably inhale more secondhand smoke than anything at this point because I hang out outside with my neighbor quite frequently and he chain smokes. Like, he smokes a pack a day, maybe 2. He also drinks, like, a 24-pack of Miller Lite a day, so. But he's a fun guy to talk to. He's got fun stories, so. I've been enjoying hanging out there. This is the carpet glue they use to make them safe. Uh-huh. Had or have? I was unaware that you could, like, no longer have asthma. I thought that that was a thing that you just keep. Diet beer flavored water. Pretty much, yeah. He drinks Miller Lite and Molson Canadian. Whichever's on sale. He says that he used to drink Old Milwaukee, but he stopped drinking them when they took the pretty girls off the side of the box, so you can tell, like, where his class is. He'd smoke a cigar or a pipe. There's a guy who pops up on Shower Beer every now and again who's famous on Reddit for his pipe collection. And he has a YouTube channel where all he does is every day he uploads a 1 to 2 minute long video of him smoking a different pipe. And, not really. Orange. Anyway, that's like saying Kokanee local. And it's literally just like, he's just got this massive mustache, like this mustache out to here, and he curls it, and he just sits there and smokes a cigar or smokes a pipe outside. And every single day it's a different pipe from his collection. But every now and again I'll see him because I stare at and post occasionally on the Shower Beer subreddit. And every now and again he'll just like post a video or a, not usually a video, but either like a GIF or a photo of himself standing in the shower with a beer next to his head, completely covered in bubbles, like bubble soap. So all you can see is his head or his face, and he's got a pipe and then the can of beer, and it's just like, I want your life, but also I don't. I also get mustache envy when I see that, man. What are they singing? Emulate. The Umber Sweetness is a dance originating in the Fragrant Bear. So this is interesting. These are dwarves that have never been in this fort before, right? Yet they're dancing the Umber Sweetness. They know the Umber Sweetness. So dwarves that aren't even from my fortress like at this point, like dwarves from elsewhere in the world, by default know the Umber Sweetness. This wasn't the case at the beginning of this fortress. They're all at the very least dabbling in it. That or they just got taught it by the dwarves here. I mean, it's the same for whiskey and Bloco. Same for whiskey and also to a degree beer. I wouldn't say you can find an excellent $20 bottle of wine. Maybe an excellent $40 bottle of wine. I'm so sorry, Frog. We're just sitting here probably making you drool. Or to that equivalent. Yeah, honestly, for me, like, in Canada, like, the point where wine starts to get good is about $40 a bottle. But that's not a rabbit hole that... Well, I mean, I guess the question is, what do you define as a cheap bottle of scotch? Because for me, a cheap bottle of scotch or whiskey or bourbon is about $50 to $60. That's a cheap bottle. Everything below that is good for disinfecting a cut, maybe? Anything below that is like I bought a bottle of cheap bourbon about, like, actually in June for my birthday, which I've almost finished. There's about maybe a shot left in the bottom of it, a couple ounces. And it's like, that was a $56 bottle of bourbon. So, I mean, I bought a, what was it, last year? I bought a bottle of Canadian Club rye whiskey, which was like, it was like a $22 bottle of whiskey or something. I was like, fuck it, I'll try a cheaper bottle of whiskey. It was fine. It was drinkable. Mixed it with things. I wouldn't really want to just sit there and sip it, but I'd make for whiskey is 100% corn whiskey. It's called mellow corn. It's dirt cheap and surprisingly good. That's how I feel about rye whiskey. Like a cheap, like Canadian Club's totally fine. I can drink Canadian Club, no real issue. It's not my go-to. I'd rather drink some like Japanese whiskey or like Kentucky bourbon, but yes, alcohol is rather expensive in BC. But also when you look at the Canadian price versus the American prices, it's about the same. I don't know where you're located, Hambloco, but let's just say there's more Japanese whiskey in local liquor stores around here than Canadian whiskey. It's expensive, but there's a lot of it. And getting lost in numbers? How so? Animal? Most of that isn't real Japanese whiskey. That's why you go to the import section. Although I'm also close to a liquor store that specifically just imports whiskey. It's like a whiskey importer. That's all that they do is they import international whiskey. And it's like $20 more than the normal liquor store, but it's worth it. But I also haven't had money to buy whiskey since my birthday, so. Slowly getting there. If you see a low price, buy the thing. If you see a high price, sell it. The prices are all random. The only things that are static are the events. But you'll figure out what events happen. Tips, you buy drones to fight in the Zone 2 and Zone 3. Primarily. Zone 2 has a specific event where you get a cheap drone. So now we're talking about both buying cheese and Scotch whiskey. So I'm going to have to ask, which one are you referring to currently, Frog? The Fuchsia Velvet is a social group dance originating in the Ignited Creation. That's like the only dance that they do here that is from our culture, as in this fort's culture. See how these newbies are getting on with friends. That's what I'm talking about. Look at this. Whole bunch of passing acquaintances and friends. whole bunch of passing acquaintances. Oh, you've been here for a bit. It's also what I'm talking about. And all those kindred spirits. After being able to rest and recuperate. Did you get injured? You must have walked into the fort kind of injured or something. Sup, Krabicus? Are you asking me if we're friends? Because I don't consider any viewers friends. You're a member of the audience, though. Into mid-autumn, 412. A little bit of time before we need to release the dwarves. I have no idea what you're talking about, Kravicus. How's the fort going? It's going all right. Trying to recover the population a bit, so I brought in some merchants. So I pumped up the population a little bit, because currently we're down to 26. Which is a bit not great. Not great. I don't know very much when it comes to whiskey, scotch, and bourbon terminology. But the last time I went whiskey tasting, I had a flight of peated scotch that they paired with cheeses. So I had like 3 different kinds of, or 2 different kinds of brie and 2 different kinds of blue cheese to go with this peated scotch, which was quite nice. There's this place in Vancouver called the Irish Heather. I'll just give you their menu. There it is. Just scroll down to their drinks menu. That's generally where I go because they have these whiskey flights. And almost always when they hand you this, they'll have a special pairing menu that they'll also hand you, which I don't see on here. They also have their weekly menus, or their whiskey menu, which just kind of keeps going. But they'll give you like a discount on certain sides for certain things. So if you order the Japan one, they have like a side of rice and like some like Japanese snacks to go with it and things. It's kind of neat. The best part about that place, though, is it's like in smack dab in the middle of goddamn Chinatown in Vancouver, and it's not on a great street. Like it's very much not the kind of place you'd expect to find an Irish pub. And you walk in there, and everybody's so Irish that you can barely understand what the fuck they're saying. They're just like, I can't even mimic it, but like. They're all from Northern Ireland, and they're all very thick, accented, and they talk really fast. Like, it's like they're speaking a different language. It's just like, whoa, sorry, you're gonna have to repeat that, sir. Only bar in Vancouver that can actually make a proper black and tan, which is kind of offensive to me. So it's exclusively bourbon most of the time, and the best you can do most of the time is really terrible, cheap Space Side or Johnny Walker. Ew, I'm sorry. That's pretty rough. That's not the craziest whiskey menu I've ever seen, though. The craziest whiskey menu I've ever seen was at a place in San Diego the last time I went to TwitchCon. There was a... Oh, wow. This is just doctoring demonstrations. This is a My chief, one of my military captains, who was utterly harrowed by the nightmare that is his tragic life at one point, is teaching a diagnostics medical demonstration. So all these dwarves are learning diagnosis. That's rad. Anyway, the craziest whiskey menu I've ever seen was in San Diego. and we went to I think like Rory was there too. He was in chat earlier. I don't know if he's still here. I can't remember the name of this place, but it was in San Diego, and it was after we went to a party. That was just like a networking event, is whatever they call them, at a arcade bar. That was organized by a company that was sponsoring me to do shit for a while. And after that was over, we walked to this whiskey bar, and their whiskey menu was a dictionary. It was like maybe that thick. It was like the size of an atlas, like in height and width, but that thick. And they just went thunk, placed it on the table, and handcuffed it to the table. It was on a long string, so like you could take it to the end of the table, pass it around. Each table got one, and it was that thick. Bet you could find it with a Google search, but it was in San Diego, California, and you couldn't see the walls. There was so much whiskey. It was like they had like, you know, those really tall ladders that they have in old school libraries that like are on wheels that just roll around the outside of the building. That they had those, but to go get their whiskey bottles from the ceiling, it was kind of crazy. It was like living in a fish tank of whiskey. Satisfied after teaching diagnostics. It's interesting. Like, this dwarf has no kids, but they've got a bunch of half-siblings and a niece. That's kind of adorable. I didn't realize that Farana was related to Jimmy. Yeah, Stone is talking about the game Cheese Runner. He's talking about the game Cheese Runner, which we've been trying to metagame ourselves onto the lead of the leaderboards over the past, 2 weeks. Also, they only need one more Steam review to have 10 reviews, so just saying, if someone wants to help that dev out and get them the actual 100% positive rating, we can do that. This is in a world where all livestock is dead, Hambloco, and illegal cheese runners are the only thing keeping the cheese market alive. It's kind of interesting. When you bring a whole bunch of new dwarves into the fort, they all get hungry at the exact same time. So they all go to eat at the exact same time. And then slowly, their food patterns will get delayed over time. And eventually, they will stop all eating at the same time. And eventually move from all eating at the same time to eating at different times. As that slowly gets delayed. You've ran a lot of cheese. How many hours do you have in Cheese Runner now, Stone? Actually, I just figured that out. I went and looked at your review on the Steam page. Yeah, 18 hours. Yeah, you've ran like 10 more hours of cheese than me. It's an oddly hypnotic, weirdly addictive little video game. Also, apparently investments are open. Are they? No, they're not open. Never mind. They just finished, actually. Animal, sorry, you're late. Little over $500 million in cheese and 18.9 hours of... $500 million. It's going to take a long time to get that achievement. God damn. This dwarf just keeps getting into an argument. Hey. Guess we'll get the, guard training. Lava's good, so I can open up the lava. You know what? Actually, let's take them off break for a little bit. We're gonna open this lever. Okay, so all that's set to that, and we're going to melt metal object, set that to 0, and then everything that's marked red in here is gonna get melted down. Yes, Pablo Rasta, the fortress is in fact at war. Why? Because it's the last one that you unlock? I really... Oh man, I need to go look up the name of it. What's the palette that I've been running? It's way louder than I thought it would be. I've been running whatever this one is. Whoops, I just hit play. That's not what I wanted to hit. Anyway, yeah, I've been using whatever that one is. Options. I've been using Eraser. That's the one I've been using. Also, I love how it just captures over top of that, so I could totally just, like, do a run. Cheese runner while playing this. I've been using Eraser. That's the one that I like using casually currently. Oh, wow, that's a lot of pickup equipment that is happening right now. Where are you guys all going? Oh, please tell me that... Did another... something get stuck at the edge of the map? I think something got stuck at the edge of the map. Yeah, it certainly looks that way. Took a mental health day and you've been so productive the last few hours. You slept until 10:30 for the first time in years and you feel like $1,000,000. I feel like crap today because today was the kind of day where I needed an extra 30 minutes of snooze on my alarm. And it was like, I didn't get to sleep until maybe 1:30 in the morning last night. I usually go to bed at around 11, and I'm usually asleep by 11:30 midnight. But this heat wave that we're in, or that's just ending now, as of 1:30 in the morning or 1 o'clock in the morning last night, the last time I checked, it was 28 degrees Celsius inside, which for reference is about 90 Fahrenheit, getting close to that. So too hot. My air conditioning couldn't keep it cool enough. And I'm a pretty light sleeper, so the AC's noise just keeps me awake too. It makes it hard for me to sleep. It doesn't quite track as white noise, like it actively bothers me. So it's very difficult for me to sleep. Now, normally that wouldn't be such a huge issue, but like I have to wake up. And I woke up when my alarm went off at, 8 o'clock today, or like 7:45. I was like, I need another 30. So I set the alarm to go off at 8:30, at 8:15. I was like, let's just sleep. 8 a.m., fire alarm goes off. Because today's fire alarm testing day, and I forgot! Which is fantastic! Anyway, so that just means that it's, the fire alarm went off. Apparently, sometime today before 4 p.m., a fireman's supposed to show up and, change my, what do you call it? The battery in my fire alarm. But they haven't done that yet, so. At some point today, supposedly, hopefully soonish, someone's supposed to do that. So at some point, I'm going to have to be like, oh no, somebody knocked on my door, and then mute myself, turn the camera off, turn the light off, pretend I'm not a Twitch streamer, and then walk out there and let him in and hope I'm not too obvious. The last time I had the firemen in here to change something, they were like, man, that's a nice computer setup. You take work from home real seriously. I was like, I've been doing it for a while. He goes, oh, okay. Although one kind of funny story is I had a plumber in here once when I was actually building a computer. So he was replacing my carburetor. This was back at this was 2020 sometime, summer 2020. Building a computer in my living room, and I had this whole setup, right? He walks in, he goes, looks at me, he goes, you're not a professional gamer, are you? I'm like, oh boy, here we go. But yeah, you must have needed that sleep. I'm happy that you got it. Sleep's hard to come by. Sleep is hard to come by. At some point, I need to just like have a weekend where I don't take any THC and I just sleep. I need to do that sooner rather than later to actually like get proper REM for a few days. Yeah, it is a shame. It's like me, professional e-boy. Please don't ever call me that again, Haz. I'll take e-guy. E-boy just sounds weird. Sounds like the sort of things that you'd subscribe to an OnlyFans for. I'll take professional dwarf boy. How's that? Wow, yeah, sure. This guy. Play along with your own fort? Hell yeah, dude. I can't tell if Dwarf Fortress is a great stoner game or a terrible stoner game. Although I will say this, there is one real nice thing about REM sleep, Ambloco, or not getting REM sleep, is I get really bad night terrors sometimes. They kind of come and go. It depends on how bad my generalized stress is. But if my stress is really, really bad, I get really bad night terrors to the point where I will just like scream in my sleep, like really fucking loudly. I don't generally remember my dreams, even when that happens. Like I'll remember them shortly afterwards and the memory fades pretty quick. So even though they can be pretty horrific, it's not really that bad in that sense. But I like to sleep with my window open. Haven't had the police called on me yet. But I've had people bang on my door at night going, "Are you dead?" Or are you dying in there? So, like, there was a point after because when my ex lived here, she would wake me up usually, or like, had ways of dealing with it so that I wouldn't stay asleep. Because it's really hard to wake up somebody who has night terrors. I do get sleep paralysis occasionally, but it's very rare. I don't usually get the two. I usually just get the night terrors, the part where you thrash around and scream. Which is fine. Like, you can't really hurt yourself or anything, so it's actually not that bad. But, like, my ex was pretty good at waking me up when that would happen. But, like, now that I live alone, there was a few points early in 2020 where, like, I had people, like, rapping on my door at 1:30 in the morning going, "Are you dead?" So the nice thing about THC removing REM sleep is it completely negates my night terrors. So it's part of the reason I'm not so, like, against it, because, like, I don't concern my neighbors. And, like, the last thing I really want is to wake up with cops in my apartment because I had a night terror, you know? But yeah, I've had sleep paralysis from time to time. I feel like, to me, sleep paralysis is connected to heavy drinking, because if I drink really heavily, I'll often have sleep paralysis when I wake up, but I don't know. They are kind of creepy, yeah. The last time I had sleep paralysis at one point last winter, and I remember waking up and seeing a face staring in at me from my window. And I just kind of stared at it for a minute. I was like, well, this is horrifying. I guess I just live here now. Stress triggers? Yeah, for me, it's something to do with alcohol. Large amounts of alcohol triggers sleep paralysis, but if you experience sleep paralysis, it makes a lot of sense real quickly why people think ghosts are real. All right. King's requests have been completed, and we're mostly melting metal objects now, so that's going to be the job for the next little bit. I think we'll haul metal stuff out until late autumn, or rather until the majority of these store item and stockpile jobs are completed, and then we'll lock them back in the tavern for a bit. We're at war with the Confederacy of Sport, which is a human civilization. They were one of the two civs that had been bringing us tribute for 100 years. Pablo. But you know, like anything though, Hambloco, it's something that you learn to live with and you tolerate. Personally, all of my weird issues with sleep are just a minor bother versus like my like bipolar tendencies. I would much rather like I would make my sleep problems worse to get rid of like my brain not working properly. I know it's 5 times the price. I've developed this habit, Animal, of always like once I get to late game money where I can just buy 100 of anything at any price, always to just have 50 Gorgonzola in my inventory, just always. So if I have like 140 space in my inventory, I will always have 50 Gorgonzola until I get a 5 times, or the last turn, in which case I sell it. Intense fear and anxiety. So how often do you get sleep paralysis, Petty, if I can ask? Because there was a period of time where I got sleep paralysis quite frequently. A couple of years ago. It's gotten a lot better now. It's like a very rare thing for me these days. But I think that it's because of the fact that I drink a lot less now. Okay, yeah, that makes sense why you would have that. So when I had it frequently, this was when I was at peak. Like you've probably heard me talk about my caffeine addiction problems, right? Like when I was sleeping maybe 4 hours a day, maybe, and I was drinking coffee, Red Bull, taking sleeping pills, all that shit. When I was at like the worst possible peak point for that, I would get sleep paralysis twice a week. I would wake up and I would see shit. And at a point, it becomes like a lucid dreaming thing where you realize it's happening very quickly. And there's a limb stuck on this that they haven't cleaned up yet. So I'm going to assume that that's a problem. Let's remove the statue. But I got to a point where I knew it was happening. And I could just like it didn't affect me anymore. It was just this again. Back in my bullshit kind of thing. It was like more frustrating than like terrifying. So I don't know. At the very least for me, like it gets to a point where you get used to it. Like you learn to acclimate with it. I don't know if that's like a silver lining or anything, but like when I get sleep paralysis now, it's like instant recollection of, okay, I know exactly what's going on. Although I will say it's a hell of a lot nicer to have problems like that when you have a partner who can figure out that you're like stuck in sleep paralysis or having a night terror and wake you up. But don't have that assist anymore. It's the one thing I really miss about my ex is it was just nice to have somebody to wake me up when I was having a panic attack in my sleep. But, you know. Back when you drank heavily, you would have ridiculous night sweats to detox and slept like shit. You're much better now that you're medicated and off the booze. Yeah. In fact, it's like, well, I mean, maybe it's also because I'm a metalhead. So when I see like a twisted, like weirdly elongated, like long-haired demonic woman-shaped thing glaring at me with like spindly hands coming towards me slowly, I'm like, oh hell yeah, metal as fuck. How was the pit last week? It's like, it's just my subculture, I suppose. It's like, I think that you're on the cover of a Weed Eater album, actually. It's just like, yeah, it's like desensitized you to that. It's just like, yeah, I loved you on Slayer's most recent album cover. We met before. Yeah, exactly. It's like, is this a night terror or is this Animals as Leader's most recent music video? Where'd you get those shoes from? Like, man, those are tall. Holy crap. Like Kiss would be impressed. Did you used to sing for Gwar? Yeah, no, I don't know. I think I want to applaud my brain for having massive amounts of like, have I ever recorded or made one, Kaladar? Sort of, but not a full one. I have like an installation in how to start a game tutorial, but I don't have a full beginner tutorial. I generally, when people ask for a beginner tutorial, I just recommend Krug Smashes because his is better than mine. Like, literally. Also, all of the stuff that I do is vanilla, and I've thought about doing one recently, but I don't really see the point because Premium will be out real soon. I do have a playlist of tips and tricks, which I feel like I'm better at. Also, we're in winter now, so the game's saving. Truly have no idea what you're doing. For whatever it's worth, I don't think any amount of tutorials will fix that. Playing the game will fix that. You watched his beginner guide, though? That's about, I think, like, the most that you can really ask for. I mean, the wiki, if you've watched Krug Smash's beginner guide, right? What I would recommend is going to the Dwarf Fortress wiki, and not being zoomed in 10,000%, just 125. Pick a mode. On the front page of the wiki, there's Fortress Mode tutorial and Adventure Mode tutorial. Literally, if you're trying to learn Fortress Mode, literally just follow this. Because this will walk you through literally every step you need to getting your fortress to self-sufficient. And it's you know, it's a wiki, right? So you have to read it. But if you need help with stuff, like, honestly, your best step forward is to follow this thing, the quick start guide. And then just ask either in the KitFox or my own Discord whenever you need help. That I guess, that I would say is the best way to just learn Dwarf Fortress for the current game. But that's all going to change when Premium releases. All of that's going to change when Premium releases. But, like, it's so difficult for the current, like, for the current game to, like, make tutorials because it's, like, all of that time is like, null point and wasted. It, like, when I was making those tips and tricks videos, essentially, which were just clips of my stream explaining things, pretty quickly I was like, I'm going to have to remake all of these when Premium comes out. So I just stopped. Because I was just like, there's also the weekly questions thread. I answer questions in the weekly questions thread. The humans have arrived. Look at that. But, yeah, no, I answer questions in the weekly questions thread. And there's a lot of very active folks who respond to questions. KitFox Discord's great, and there's also, of course, I should promote it, my Discord, which has a Dwarf Fortress room. And then also Twitch chats. Like, if you pop into my channel and I'm live, even if I'm not playing Dwarf Fortress, I'll explain to you how to do the thing that you need to do. So if you like verbal explanations, I can do that. Hey, Danlock, what's up? So, yeah, no, I mean, right now is probably the easiest time to learn Dwarf Fortress, but, like, honestly, you're not going to know what you need to do. Dwarf Fortress just kind of throws shit at you, and you just kind of need to figure out what sticks. And figure out what works for you, because also, part of the reason why I don't, like, I could recommend, like, Nucrium's tutorials, and they're fine, as an example. Like, Nucrium has a full set of beginner tutorials, but they're literally just him reading the wiki. Right? And even he says that. It's like his tutorials are literally just him reading the wiki. And he reads the wiki out loud and plays the game in real time. And that's his tutorial. And that's a fine way of doing it. But it's easy. I would just recommend reading the wiki. Tekkit is great for more advanced stuff. Sal, I've never actually watched their tutorials, so I can't give them an honest recommendation, but people also like Sal's. Das Tactic does have that very expansive tutorial series, but the problem with Das Tactic's very expansive tutorial series is I don't think he ever updated it, did he? And the last time I rewatched it, it's all from 2016. That thing's got a lot of outdated information that'll give you a lot of wrong ideas about the game. I think he did a like basics tutorial update where he did like making a fort, but I don't think he ever remade that whole thing because it's like a 45-part thing. Just like Captain Duck's old ones. Oh, that we get early copies? I'm worried about that, actually. What I would say is very consistently tweet at KitFox that you want creators to get early copies, because there's some question marks around that right now. Although I'll say this, I don't think Krug would want one. I know he's stated pretty bluntly that he's not interested, but let's just pause. See, where are my dwarfs on the surface? Where are all my dwarfs at? All right, well, gotta lock. Okay, well, all these doors are locked anyway. Let's lock everybody indoors and unpause for a sec. Whoa, lag. Because all the humans spawning in on the map. All right, well, let's jump down to the bottom. And pull that lever, do it now. Pull that lever, do it now. Pull that lever, do it now. I think. No, actually not that lever. Pull that lever, do it now. Stalker 2 is Christmas 2023 right now, so don't get too excited about Stalker 2. It was originally supposed to come out this Christmas, but then Russia invaded Ukraine. So yeah, they delayed it by a year. It was supposed to be December 2022, but like, if you watch their most recent devlog, there's like a whole bunch of footage of like their 3D modelers in Kiev and in places that are getting actively bombed, like sitting in their bathrooms with a laptop on their like toilet, modeling environmental assets. So yeah, I don't know. I wouldn't hold out hope for that one coming out too soon. But it'll come out eventually, obviously. Okay, how are we doing on humans? Pretty big siege. Okay, you pull that lever. And thunk. Of course, they do the annoying human thing where they all just hang out in one spot. Still more spawning, too. They're based in Kiev and Kharkiv, which is flat and was under Russian control for a while. And they have a studio or rather a studio / server house in one of the towns that's completely flat and gone. So they had to evacuate they've evacuated all of their servers to Hungary, I think, but most of the none of the male devs can leave the country. So it's like them and Frogwares are the two major studios in Ukraine. Frogwares makes all of the what are they called? Sherlock Holmes games. Kharkiv? I can never pronounce. I can read it in my head when I'm reading it, but when I have to say it out loud, it's a problem. Somebody's knocking on my door. I'm gonna pause the game. Back in a mo. All right, cool. I'm back. Smoke alarm has been changed. He said that it was nice that he didn't have to climb over 3 couches to get into my apartment. So apparently somebody has 3 couches in their apartment. As somebody who lives in a 400 square foot apartment, I don't know how the fuck you'd fit 2, let alone 3. But anyway, you wonder how many optimizations are going to improve FPS in the new release? You need to remember, Dwarf Fortress is never going to run well, but it will run on anything. No, I haven't surpassed Arch Crystal. I need another 70 years to surpass Arch Crystal. Well, actually 60 years to surpass Arch Crystal. But Arch Crystal was permanently retired at year 500, so passing 500 would be passing Arch Crystal. Sounds like a fire hazard? Oh, absolutely. But as far as optimizations, I mean, world generation, they can generate a 1,000-year-old large world on a laptop in 25 minutes because they found a massive bug with world gen. Apologies for the delay. I was literally just getting my smoke detector changed. But, that's it, smoke detector fix-up day. But anyway, as far as optimizations go, there's small optimizations in every update, right? Like, if you don't think that Dwarf Fortress runs super well in the current version, what I would actually recommend doing is go and play a version from 5 years ago. Like, stop playing Dwarf Fortress, the current version that you're playing. Go back to 2014, 2015, 2016, 2017. Go download a couple different versions and see how it runs in those. Dwarf Fortress runs so much fucking better now. Like, yeah, it has its hitches, and it kind of has the City Skylines problem of if you build absolutely everything, it'll slow down. But, oh my god, Dwarf Fortress runs so much better than it did, like, just a couple of years ago. Something about book generations to that effect? Yeah, I have a clip from the most recent interview on my YouTube channel explaining it. About the dev history of Dwarf Fortress and what features were introduced at what version. Are you talking about that evolution of Dwarf Fortress video? Because I've never watched that, but I've seen it recommended a whole bunch. Or am I thinking of something else? Maybe I should watch that video. I don't know. Random videos get recommended to me sometimes, and I go, huh, that exists. I still need to make a... I assume, when I saw it because of the name of it, Ambloco, I assumed it was one of those very low effort, here's a screenshot of every version of this game, bruh! Like when I see all those evolution of graphics, and it's like, here's the trailers for 15 different games over 2 decades. It's like, fuck off. I assumed it was that kind of thing, so I didn't bother watching it. Poor titling, I would say. But yeah, I don't ever expect Dwarf Fortress to run perfectly. Oh, okay, so is it one of those? Because, like, those videos are, like, the most low-effort way to get 1 million views on YouTube. Is just be like, the graphics of Tomb Raider! And then just, like, show 2 seconds of footage of each Tomb Raider game ever made and make it last 8 minutes or so. Like, that's a very popular, like, zero-effort format for YouTube videos. And so I see that title and I go, I'm out! Oh, come on. Did they not replace the traps? Man, they didn't replace the traps! Basically just goes over all the patch notes. All right, so note to self, Blind. Make a better version of that video. Get 10 million views. Got it. But yeah, I don't know if I'd consider that really good because I would just go read the patch notes myself at that point. Whatever. I haven't seen the video, so maybe I should watch it. I actually had someone accuse me a couple of videos ago, Pablo, that I was artificially increasing the length of my videos by saying saying hello to people who skipped to the timestamp. They're like, "Are you trying to inflate the length of your video?" And I responded with, "Well, if I was, I would have done a really shitty job at it because this video is 7 minutes and 55 seconds long. If I wanted to get to the point where it would go into the algorithm heavily, I would need to go up another few minutes or more." Also, I kind of fucked this up because I didn't get any of those traps changed. So hopefully my dwarves can get here and deal with these humans before they get out of this tunnel. Question is, where are my dwarves? They're not going to make it there in time, are they? We're going to have blood in the hallway. Well, that sucks. Next video, I will. You know, honestly, like when I got accused of it, I was like, I should start doing this, but I don't. More money? Well, I mean, if I can do it in an entertaining fashion, sure. But I'm not going to just be an asshole about it and artificially lengthen videos. Like, you know those people that just put like 15 seconds of black screen at the end of a video? Like, I'm not going to do that. Fuck that. That's just mean. Which dwarf is this? This is Zindros. Very, very, very skilled dwarf. And these are not well armed or skilled humans. This will be easy enough. This is going to be a rough hallway to deal with. All right, well, at least we're doing a good job scaring them away. The elite wrestler strikes the human recruit in the left arm with whatever that is, fracturing the bone through the large flammable robe. Pretty sure it's a spear, actually. All right, well, on the bright side, only those bodies are left outside, so most of these are going to get dealt with and be cleaned up automatically by the lava. Only a few of them are actually going to cause problems. And by cause problems, I mean, like, be easy to stare at. All right, so... I don't have too much more that we need to deal with. Fortunately, some of them are actually retreating. Kind of funny if they just left. Dealing with the last few down there. Do we need more traps? No, I just need to reload the cage traps. Because this one came so quickly after the last siege. The last siege came shortly or early fall. And we finished... Or late summer was the last siege. And we started in early fall. So I didn't actually have time to drain the trap and reload the cage traps. It wouldn't matter what type of traps they were. I just wouldn't have had time. So I think we kill this next round of recruits and then let my military out because it looks like... Okay, there's still like a... Ooh, there's still a lot up there on the main floor. That's not great. All right, well, here comes another round of recruits. As my dwarves book it around the corner. I'm very scared of that lava. Please don't dodge into that lava. Because that just is instant death. That is not worth it. All right, so we're going to kill this last crew coming up here, and then we should be able to retreat. Because that one human recruit is retreating. And they're going to retreat back to the main crew. This dwarf is racking up those kills. And also has a title. The Whimsical Boulders. Zindros, the Whimsical Boulders. Oopsies. Arch also appears to have acquired a role, which is the Bulbous Heavens. Imagine being known as the Bulbous Heavens. Holy shit, dude. I guess, like, it does help that this dwarf killed a couple of my own dwarves at one point. But Jesus. All right, so after this crew, we can let my dwarves leave. Oops. There's one human there that needs to die. Which Letharticus was dealing with. Seems to have finished off. All right, so this human is the closest to the front. Murdertron, not quite, but definitely getting up there. How you been, by the way, Aqua? How was your weekend? I was able to get, I don't know if you saw the pictures, but I was able to get that tape deck working. It sounds good. It still needs, like, an external clean. I did the internal clean. It only had, like, half a dozen spiders in it. There was about 4 dead spiders in there and 2 living ones. Living ones are relocated outside. The dead ones were washed away. Also, there was several egg nests in there, like spiders' eggs nests. So cleaned all that out of the tape deck and quite happy with it. All right, let's get those 2 slammed shut. Oh, for sure, it could have been worse. All right, so this human maceman up here, Mr. Megos Throunstun, Mekgus, going to be the closest one to the door when it slams shut in his face. Or he's going to make it through, and then we'll have to stab him to death. Whatever. Ah, there it goes. Slam shut. Perfect. Perfect. And now we just need the back door. Come on. There you go. Ha! Sucks to be you, Muth. All right, so for those of you who haven't seen my trap go off, you might want to look up now, and if you've seen it before, then you know what's coming. Because it's time to begin the big whoosh. It's not super dramatic because it's lava, so it flows pretty slow, but how do you like them apples? We can start the fire. Burn, burn, burn. Burn, burn. Burn, 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 burn. Burn, burn. I don't know what you're saying, animals, so I'm going to not acknowledge it. How's my cover work, though, chat? Should I start a covers YouTube channel? Did you guys see that? There was this human who was right here. It was a bowman. Walked up here and then just jumped into the lava. Literally jumped over the 2 humans in front of him into the lava. I don't know what your intention was there, but you failed, my lad. Anything with mayo sounds very Japanese. Or very trolly, let's see if we can make people wheeze and get irked by how gross that sounds. Did he see someone die, panic, and then try to run? I think that's what happened, yeah, because, I mean, half of the humans are panicking, right? They're just, like, in a constant state of panic. I mean, there's 2 people actively burning to death right now. And about a bunch more that are about to do the same. Wait, hold on a second. They must be getting desperate for their soldiers. I didn't realize this. They sent a Yak Bull recruit. Huh. Well, All right, they're sending the yaks that used to pull their wagons to trade with me to kill me. Doesn't seem super effective. I don't want to discuss this any further because straight mayonnaise makes me want to vomit. Loco, so you know, you can discuss this all you want. But I will agree that potato salad is good. I do like mayo as an ingredient, though, which is why I like potato salad. I just don't like mayo as a solo thing. And all of the memes surrounding mayo is just, you know, straight globs of mayo, which I would rather eat Play-Doh. Like, give me anything. Oh, there goes the yak. I would rather eat literally anything else. But because that fighting, or that is over and the fighting up on the surface is over, plain yogurt's totally fine. But I also don't really eat yogurt because I eat vegan 99% of the time. Gives me weird tummy issues. Large amounts of dairy does. Although I did buy ice cream recently because it's a fucking heat wave. Also, I have a question. Why is it when someone dislikes something, everybody's like, this is a food that looks somewhat similar? Does this give you the same problem? It's, for me, with food dislikes, it's scent, primarily. Don't like the smell of mayo. Just like I don't like the smell of... It's not the same. There's certain vegan ice cream options that are good, but they're usually like just more expensive than the normal one. Usually if I'm getting ice cream, I'll either get frozen yogurt or ice cream, but in this instance, the ice cream I like was on sale, so I bought the ice cream. Which is just Chapman's plain vanilla. Frozen custard? Frozen custard's pretty good. Frozen custard's pretty fucking good. The chocolate ice cream stuff Magnum is really, 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 really good. What does this look like? Yeah, exactly. I don't know what it looks like for you, so, like, how would you know? Like, yeah, whenever I tell people that I'm not a fan of mayo, like I don't like mayo, people are like, what about butter? What about margarine? What about plain yogurt? None of those are related. Ask me anything about whipped egg whites, though. Which, fine in a whiskey sour. Anything else? Eh. And then if you ask me a lemon meringue pie, I'll slap you. I'm straight, and I'm not into that. It's not my particular fetish. So... Nay, Ambloco. If your cum is mayo adjacent, you might want to see a doctor. If it's that thick, you got problems. Or if your partner's cum is that thick, you might want to see a doctor. Because once again... That's bad. I think that's, you know, I'm not even gonna respond to the thing that Animal said. Hi, Oafsalot, how are you? Also, that is a very good example of, well, that escalated quickly. What's up, DXC? Good day. We're just barbecuing some humans. Excuse me while I go and projectile vomit. Pause. I can see that. Oh, yeah. I hope that your summer has been good so far and not too blastedly painfully, terribly, horribly hot. I see now why some topics are best ignored. Well, whenever, literally the reason I completely like negate the mayonnaise conversation whenever it comes up, Frog, is because it always ends with somebody saying, so do you not eat your own cum? And it's like, can you take this topic, slide back into your own fetish hole, and live there forever, and leave it out of my life? Thank you. It's a very slow trap. Wouldn't it flood faster if you put grates in the ceiling and then flooded in the above space, or would that take too much time and effort to make? I set this up in 3 months Dwarf Fortress time. I've been planning upgrades to it. Yes, it would speed up the process. But this works, and I'd rather not break my trap to speed it up. Like, I do have a method that could speed it up that I'm going to work on, which is rerouting part of it from over here to all the way right here, and then have a secondary dump that just dumps lava right at this end, and that'll double the speed. But yeah, I'm planning on linking this up to the but literally I had like 6 months in game to build this, so I did the best I could with the time that I had. But it is fun watching it fill slowly. I enjoy that. The problem actually is it drains too slowly. Not that it fills too slowly. Also that, Jack Narek, yeah. But, I mean, the process of making obsidian, I want to do at the bottom of this. But I want to rewire or reroute the lava in the lava tube here so that I can just open up 4 drawbridges and just dump all of the lava from the tube out and into this, and then dump water on top of it. That's the plan. But I'm not there yet. And I also, you know, it's a very slow trap, but it works. I just need 2 more directions to send the lava. Also, all of this is going to go get smashed. That is the plan. But at this rate, it's going to take me a lot of years because I keep having to lock all the dwarves inside. And don't really want them underground working nonstop. Also, hi, Callius. Hope you're doing well. You know, there's been people that have started commenting in regards to Longdeath on the YouTube channel, basically stating, well, I mean, we all know that this is the rehearsal, right? He's going to start a new one when Premium comes out. And every time I read that, be completely honest, my heart sinks a little bit. It's always a, oh no. Oh, fucking no. You guys can't actually expect me to do that, eh? The sad part is, I might, but I would have to retire Longdeath or finish Longdeath. If I finish Longdeath, that'll take me a very, 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 very long time to get to the point where it would take me a very long time to get to the point where I would start a new fort like this. All that lost history? Why would it be lost? I mean, it would be archived. All of this is going to get archived. I mean, the save is public. If you want to go download it, !Longdeath, the link's in the bottom. It's a few years behind now, but you can absolutely go download it. When major changes to Dwarf Fortress happen mechanically, which Premium is including, By major changes, I mean like workshops operating differently and certain jobs operating differently and workshops having different things accessible, that sort of thing. Or major, like, not like numbers changes like stress balancing and stuff, but like major mechanical changes. And there's a bunch in the next big patch because it's been so long, right? Tarn's like reworked. There's no mason shops now. It's the stonecutter's shop, and certain jobs that used to be done at the mason shop are now done at the craftsdwarf shop, and vice versa. So like all stone crafts, I think, are done at the stonecutter's shop now. Anyway, so there's basically like there's a few like things like that that seem minor but completely break your game when you try and put an old save file into it. So if you take that if you take that into consideration, by default save files won't be transferable. But this has happened before where save files weren't transferable. Like during Archcrystal, actually, there was a point where he couldn't move it to the newer version because there was a mechanical change that broke it. But using some trickery, you can actually still run Archcrystal on the game currently right now. There is some ways that you can run it right now. The main thing that's like, or rather, the thing is you have to use a save transfer tool, which is hiding on the forums somewhere. So, fair enough. I mean, it's not a rehearsal for premium. My plan is to just keep it going. But some modders might go be clever and make a save file converter like we've had for previous versions. I don't think the changes are too dramatic in this case to be able to, you know, not have that. So I'm pretty certain that we'll get a conversion for it at some point. Maybe not super quick, but 2 and 3, I think. 2 crutches, 3 picks. What bug do I look forward to being fixed? I mean, there aren't really many that bother me. I'm not the sort of person who goes, that's a bug, that's a problem, and then I get super mad for the rest of my life. I'm not that kind of person. I mean, it would be nice for dwarves to always come back in the same squads when they leave for the military and bedrooms to stay assigned, but like I'm not gonna die if that doesn't happen. I don't know. I'm pretty lax when it comes to bugs and stuff like that. Like, it doesn't generally bother me all that much. So I'm a bad person to ask that. I'm more looking forward to features that are partially implemented but not fully implemented being implemented properly. Like, as an example, I'm looking forward to there not being zombies in my tavern all the goddamn time. Because that's technically a bug, but like it's not really a hindrance on my gameplay, so I don't really think about it too often. It's more just kind of silly than it is annoying. Do you have a particular bugbear that you are bothered by, Pablo? All right, let's jump up to the surface and get a bunch of these unicorns slaughtered. Oh, also another mechanical change, since I'm doing it right now. Currently, you can forbid doors and allow doors and make doors pet passable or not pet passable. Apparently, they've removed the option to make doors pet passable, which I think is kind of funny. Oh yeah, see, like my fix for that is just never use crossbow dwarves. So I don't ever think about that one. Wonder if you could name an archery squad as the Hammer of Crossbows. I mean, literally just go to military, select select the squad, and then just hit capital N and type in the name that you want. So literally, yes. What are bear fights? I called them the bear fighters. They're just my wrestling squad. They're unarmed, and I put dwarves that want to practice martial art but can't handle stress in that squad. It's just what I named my wrestling squad. They only go melee when they're out of bolts. That's actually usually the problem that people run into, Haz, is they go whack things when they're out of bolts or don't have quivers. So it's less of a problem of dwarves using their crossbows as hammers and more of a problem of the UI being fucky. Combine that with people not really knowing how to use the UI, and then you end up with, you know, a bunch of dwarves trying to smack goblins with crossbows instead of fighting them properly. Give them a crossbow and a bonk stick? A bonk stick? Please define bonk stick. You know, chat, stop me if you've heard this one before. It's a top-down, twin-stick, pixel art survival crafting game. But it actually looks kind of cool. It's because we were talking about Stalker earlier. This looks kind of cool. Not super sold on the pixel art. Could be okay. Shadows look very similar to Among Us. It's fine. Well, if you want a link, let me know. I could plop it in chat. Need 2 more picks. Yeah, it has a demo. Here, I'll plop a link. I played Tactics Ogre like several decades ago, and I have almost no desire to ever play it again. So, I would say it's not something I'm looking forward to now. But it's cool that they're remaking that. That game should be accessible and able to be played. Well, on the bright side, they're almost done with this. Does it not play nice with emulators? I would think it would play nice with FPGA. And, like, you can make your own FPGA boards for not a whole lot of money these days. So, I would think that would be a pretty good method of playing, but... Was a quick download. It's probably only a couple megabytes. Pixels not usually that hefty. How to get saves to work. Oh, with emulators? Yeah, I don't know. I'm not much of an emulation person, or outside of Dolphin, which wasn't any good for things like Tactics Ogre for obvious reasons. All right, so we're just gonna let the lava flow to the end of that, and then we'll drain. We'll drain the whole thing. Getting pretty close to locking the dwarves back inside, though. I would like all of the animals that I've set for slaughter to die before I put the dwarves back into the tavern. I will say all the baby emus can go in here. Because I do have a bunch of baby emus running around right now. I will say one of the coolest effects that you barely notice in Dwarf Fortress is when a dead body gets lava on it, the body explodes shortly after catching fire. I don't know if you've ever noticed this before, but they boil, the blood boils, and there's a little of red, and it's the body exploding. Which is kind of disturbing. If we can spot one. Like a quarter of a frame that it lasts. It's very, very short. Also metal as fuck. I don't know about that. Are we lava-ing people again? We lava to lava, you know? I mean, they started it. They attacked us. If they hadn't attacked us, nobody'd be getting lavaed. They only getting lavaed because they attacked us. But yes. I love a lava land, yeah. Something. We love a lava land. It's just the forbidden water slide, okay? Why is that on fire and not going out? Large rope reed glove is burning. To watch a quick YouTube VOD that just uploaded? Did I just upload a YouTube VOD or did somebody else upload it? Someone else must have uploaded a YouTube VOD. But yeah, I do that periodically too. Someone else? Okay. I was just kind of concerned that I scheduled something to go up at noon. I was like, whoops, that whoopsie. What's a really solid horror game these days? You want good horror games? Go to itch.io. Actually, you know what's a really solid horror game? It's on itch and Steam. I own this on itch and I played it off stream because I find that when I stream horror games, people just leave. But because I'm really boring to watch horror games, I don't scream. I'm not a very easily startleable person. But that is by the guy that made Dusk, and it is very good. You want to truly experience some horror. It's a very good game. Although, you know what's a game that I didn't expect to suddenly become very excited about? So I was watching the most recent Mandalore gaming video because he's been reviewing the Marathon games, and he reviewed Marathon 2, and he quotes, "I love a game where you can dual wield shotguns," and then says, I'm watching you, Trepang 2. Which is this thing, which is not a small download. This game lets you dual wield double barrel shotguns. This is the closest thing to Fear that I've played since Fear. I played Fear last year, and it's still very good gunplay-wise. The gunplay in this is exactly like Fear. Like, the AI behaves exactly the way Fear did. Like, they have all of the voice commands like Fear. They have all the callouts. He's behind the thing. He's doing the thing. He's walking this way. Shoot him at that. They do the exact same thing, and it is very satisfying. Also, you can what's the word? Knee slide, kick trip people and kick them in the stomach, and they fly up into the air, and then hit the slow-mo button and then shotgun them in the face. It's pretty good. It's pretty good. I mean, the animation... Hold on. Let me see if I can find the bit in the Mandalore video where he shows that animation, because it is a good animation. New 2-stitch video? Well, I know what I'm doing after. Where's that bit where he shows? I'm skimming through. Ah, here it is. So I'm gonna. This is a little bit of a I'm gonna pause Dwarf Fortress in the background here. I'm gonna show a few seconds of a Mandalore gaming video. Just unmute YouTube.
And tons of shells if he really needs something cleaned up. Then it becomes a few minutes of an absolute murder blitz, but it never runs too long. It's paced out so it never gets old, and you're always happy to find more ammo. It's an amazing, satisfying weapon, but doesn't shake the balance too hard. I'm a sucker for a good shotgun, and especially 2 at once. I've got my eye on you, Trepang, too. Beyond shotguns...
I saw that clip and was like, well, downloading that demo. Like, literally, like, that half a second of that game was enough marketing for me to go, well, downloading that. Literally, that's all I needed to see. Was I saw, it was, like, late at night. I was in bed on my day off. It was, like, Saturday or something. I was, like, sleeping, half trying to fall asleep, half watching that video. And then I was like, well, I literally got up, walked over to the computer, downloaded the demo, went back to bed. I was just like, need to try that. And I think, yep, that's all of the invaders dead. Now it's just burning the bodies at this point. Meaning I can probably stop the filling of it. Let's just pull that and pull the drain. It'll be fine. Lava will spread that way anyway. And there it goes. And there she flows. Maybe it won't. Perhaps that was a mistake. If I need to dispose of 2 more bodies, that's not gonna be the end of the world. But yeah, chat, what's the fastest you've been sold on a video game? Because I will be honest, that 2 seconds of shotgun, learning that game was single player, that sold me on that game. It's like, oh, another game that I'm like weirdly anticipating actually. Yeah, it's by the people who made Space Warlord Organ Trading Simulator, which probably is also a game I would like. But they're making this game called El Paso Elsewhere. It's Max Payne. Like, it's Max Payne. It's just Max Payne. Like, you dual-wield pistols, you can slide on the ground, and you can throw yourself sideways in slow motion. It's Max Payne. I'm like, all right. That's another game recently where I saw like 2 seconds of a GIF of it, and I was like, wish listed, ready to go. We'll play at lunch. Can't wait. Much anticipate. All right, dwarves, what are we up to? I think it's time to lock these dwarves back inside, frankly. Give these doors a nice little break. Kind of wish it would show the age of the unicorn on this screen. I don't really have a game You don't really have a game that you bought just minutes after learning of its existence? I mean, I know I've sold people on War Sim pretty quickly by just being like... My phone's ringing. This is not how I sold people on WarSim. Phone's ringing, and it's like a 9 out of 10 chance that it's a Chinese scam. Hello? Oddly enough, I thought it was a Chinese scammer initially because it started in Chinese, and then it said, UPS package courier has package that hasn't been picked up. And now I'm confused. Is that a Chinese scam? Or is that actually UPS? Because that might actually be UPS telling me that I have a package that needs to be picked up, and I don't know. But it started in English and then swapped to Chinese. So now I truly do not know. If unsure, call up directly. I'll call him tomorrow. Call him tomorrow morning or on my lunch break. Normally, UPS sends me an email and then mails me a slip. So without the slip, I can't go pick it up. But I don't have any packages in the mail right now that are UPS. So currently, I'm leaning scam. Because the playdate's being delivered by Trace Track or whatever the fuck that thing is. Which is like a private thing. And then there's another thing that I have that usually gets delivered by Canada Post directly. So it'd be weird that they'd ship UPS. Also, UPS has drop-off points. So if I can't get a UPS package, they're usually like, walk 2 blocks up the street to the nearest drop-off point. Trace Tracker sounds like a hitman service. It's a independent high-speed international, so they ship from the States into Canada shipping service. Every now and again, Amazon deliveries get delivered via them, but the Playdate's getting delivered via them. The fastest you've ever been sold on a game was the famous glitch for Dwarf Fortress where the cat's in their paws holding a whole mug's worth of beer. Oh, okay, they never held the mugs. That's an extrapolation. They walked through puddles of spilt alcohol, and then cleaning it off of their paws gave them alcohol poisoning. They weren't walking around carrying whole mugs of beer. Well, I mean, their paws were holding a whole... Okay, never mind, I misread your sentence. I was envisioning you thinking that they were like literally holding like a mug's worth of beer, but yeah, no, I misread what you said. You are correct, but I was kind of... So I had Steam open still, right? Because the dwarves are all just chilling for a bit. And I opened up the Stray Steam page because I was like, I wonder, are people still super hot on Stray? Yeah, 97% positive reviews. But the #1 most helpful review on Stray right now is pretty funny. It's just, that's a weird looking dog. Fastest Cell may have been Borrowed Trauma. Really? I didn't like that game. I really wish that I liked Borrowed Trauma. Maybe I just didn't play it with the right group of people, or I'm just not the right kind of person for that kind of game, because, man, that game was hard to enjoy. That game was unpleasant. Yeah, actually, I think fastest sell for me for a game, my recent memory is definitely Trepang 2, where it was just like, saw that shotgun, instantly wishlisted, and like, will play that game. I'll probably stream that game too, so that'll be a weird week where nobody watches me, but Borrow gets good once you have a custom sub with a dedicated crew of like 3 to 5 people. Yeah, no, totally. And like, I will never have that kind of gameplay friend group because that's just not how I play games. You know, I'll play the occasional game in co-op with somebody, but like, I'm not really the kind of person that's just like, I'm not really the sort of person who will just sit down and play a game with 4 other people for hours on end. I'm just not that kind of person. Partly because that's not how I run my streams, so it's an active negative for my streams. That's part of it. But also, even when I'm not streaming, that's not the way I play games, right? Like, I picked up this on Steam because it was like $7. But this is a game from my childhood, Revolt. I played a shit ton of this in like the early 2000s. I had a demo disc with it on it and eventually got a legal copy a couple years later with the disc and everything. And then I lost it in moving. Loved the hell out of this game growing up. The biggest complaint about it is that it has no online multiplayer. It's just got LAN, and that's it. LAN and local. That's all it's got. But I never played it in multiplayer growing up, so I've got no loss there. Nothing lost, nothing gained. So I'm totally down to just play against the AI forever. Else the AI in that game is fucking ruthless, so. What, in like Borrowed Trauma? I had no idea that game had a crafting system. Well, I mean, yeah, Steam has the remote play together stuff, but it's not great and probably not great. I mean, maybe you could play on like the easy mode with like the simple physics in that game, but I think people misunderstand the difference, Hambloco, between a remaster, a re-release, between remasters, re-releases, and patches, right? Like, Steam Dwarf Fortress isn't a remake, it's not a remaster, it's not a re-release, it's a patch. Like, literally, that's what Premium Dwarf Fortress is. It's a patch for Dwarf Fortress. Revolt being released on Steam, that game had, like, monitor scaling options when it first released. Like, you could probably have run that game in 4K back then, because it's just how it worked. It's literally the exact same game, and it's a re-release. It's not a remaster, it's not a patch, it's not an update, it's just a re-release. People confuse all of those things. It's just like everybody is like shocked when I explain to them that Dwarf Fortress can't launch into early access. Although, I'm starting to think that my YouTube channel might actually be fully understanding why Dwarf Fortress can't release in early access now, and that makes me really proud of them. Which I can explain if anybody wants me to. Need one person to tell me to, and I will. But yeah, no, Barotrauma lost me at the way the movement works. That kind of floppy physics system was just annoying. Like, I don't want to play a game that feels that way. I understand why it works that way, and it makes sense for the game, but that's not for me. No, it's not. Orange, that's like calling Destiny early access because they're still adding features. It's a perfectly playable released game that is just getting updated indefinitely, and they're going to update it until that number is done. So no, it's not early access. Early access is branding that Steam uses. Unless it's on Steam, it can't be an early access, because that's like saying that it's a game that's in active development, but it's the Kleenex version of that. Dwarf Fortress is in active development. It's not in early access. Which is why I said it's a patch. It's a patch for a pre-existing game. But the reason I ramble about that is there's a whole bunch of articles out and around the internet that are just like, Dwarf Fortress is getting remade. It's like, no, it's not. But, you know, whatever. Like, at the peak of my Borrowed Trauma competence, you could keep 3 gunners fully operational while also preventing any hull breaches on a mid-sized submarine, and it felt like you descended to godhood. No, totally. Like, that kind of moment in a game like that must be fucking incredible. But it's not something I'll ever, like, put the time into a game to learn to be. Like, I'd much prefer to get really good at a single player game that didn't require me depending on 3 other people to enjoy my game, right? Because then, like, when I lose that play group or other people stop playing the game or the game dies, that fun goes away. And maybe in 8 to 10 years, I'll want to get that again and won't ever be able to redo that same. It's like, you know, all those people who at the beginning of the pandemic played a lot of Among Us, right? Maybe you want to relive those same moments with that same group. That's never going to happen. You can't have that experience again because it's either going to be different people or you have to relearn it with other people. I like my games to be like me riding a bike, where if I want to go back to a game, I can just sit back down and play it again and have that feeling. But when I'm dependent on other people to have that feeling, it sucks, which is why you see so many super sad people playing Warcraft Classic, is because they're like, just trying to relive the good old days. But people don't talk about video games the way they did in the good old days. People don't experience games the way they did in the good old days. People don't enjoy games the way they did in the good old days. Such total rapture? Is that a good thing? I guess enraptured, rapture. Well, it's also like largely like, you know, I feel like I'm kind of fortunate, Hambloco, because I remember time when I could just leave the house and have no contact with my parents for like 8 to 12 hours because I didn't have a cell phone and I went to my friend's house, you know? Video games when I was young, like for me, every now and again, I sit down and I go, man, I really want to play Civ, but I don't actually want to play Civ. What I want to do is I want to go over to my friend Jeff's house with his brother Scott and their friend Jared and their other friend William and just sit on their carpet with one Windows XP computer and play Civ 4 or 3, or I think we were playing Civ 3 at the time, and play Civ 3 on turns with their Windows 98 computer right next to it with Heroes of Might and Magic on it. And take a turn with Civ, and then take a turn with Heroes of Might and Magic, and then go sit on the carpet. That's what I want to do when I think to myself, I want to play Civ. So then I open up Civ, I launch Civ, I take a turn, and the AI goes. And then I take a turn, and the AI goes. And I go, right. All of the enjoyment I got out of this game wasn't from Civ. It wasn't from playing this very complex strategy game. It was because I had 5 friends that I'd sit on the carpet with and shoot the shit with and banter back and forth and mock the guy when he got attacked by the AI and then team up with the AI and beat the shit out of my other friend until he cried in the corner. Then we'd feel bad and then we'd let him win at Smash Brothers. That's what I want to do when I want to play Civ. And so to a point when it comes to a game where it's like, oh, this is a great, great, great game, but it's completely dependent on a multiplayer community, I'm immediately less interested in it because it's like, man, in 15 years, I'm going to want to play that again. You know? And like, I think to myself, it's like, whenever a new Age of Wonders game or Heroes of Might and Magic game or Civ game comes out, I always have that feeling of like, fuck, I need to do that again. I need to get that feeling back. But that feeling's been gone. And while I do enjoy those types of games, I enjoy them significantly less than I used to. Yes, no, totally. It's like getting a beer with your friends when you're a kid, except instead it's actually just a refill of Pepsi because you're 12 and shouldn't be drinking beer. And hearing your friend Jared talk about the time that he went to the beach and some girl's top fell off and he got to see tits, and we're all going, "Oh my god," because that's, you know, how life worked when you were 12. So. That's what I miss. I don't actually miss the playing of the game all that much. And I think that's part of the reason why I bounce off of every major strategy game. Whereas a game like XCOM, let's just say, which is a game that I never played in multiplayer, that I played by myself, and I played that when I was younger, I can go back to XCOM, or in this case, modern times it would be open XCOM, and get the exact same feeling that I got when I was little, playing XCOM. It still feels the same. Sadness and distress as I watch all of my units die. Also, this is something that I've been wondering about. I'm just going to stay this up. This is much more on topic. This is Dwarf Fortress related. Premium Dwarf Fortress now has ASCII confirmed, right? Also meaning the ASCII graphics will be available, or the modern UI will be available for the free classic version as well. Is the free classic version still going to have adventure mode with the old UI and fortress mode with the new UI when it releases? Or is there going to be a version of Dwarf Fortress that doesn't have adventure mode in it for a year? Because that just occurred to me. Because that would be really fucking weird, wouldn't it? Hold on, I'm going to ping Kit Fox and see if we can get a response. All right, I mean, I could just email Toady. All right, I've pinged them. Yeah, no, I mean, well, I think the reason it didn't come up in any of the Q&As is because it wasn't announced. Like, that. This is something I would have asked Tarn if I'd known that was going to happen, but the post with the 2 classic screenshots that came out was like a week and a half after I talked with Zach and Tarn hadn't even started that yet. Like, he literally did that in a week. So, Like, that's the sort of thing I would have asked him if I'd known that that was going to be a thing. I'm giving all of these merchants blacksmithing. Because I think that's... Actually, is it blacksmithing or metal or furnace operating to melt stuff? Do you guys know? I think I'm assuming it's furnace operating now, so I'm just going to give them that. All right, let's check the amount of lava in there. No, I understand why. I trust me, like that. It's not the why part that I don't understand. It's the question mark. It's the like I know why adventure mode's not going to be in fortress mode, but I'm just wondering if it's going to be or in premium. I have a feeling you'll get a release date very close to when it actually is out. Kalidar. But, I mean, it'll be out in the next few months. And there's a temporary release date, which obviously is probably wrong. But the temporary release date is currently slated for September 30th. So there is that. You and everybody else, yeah. There's a lot of magma. That's how I kill a lot of humans. It wouldn't still be weird to have the old classic UI? No, it wouldn't be. But I don't know if there's... I don't know how programming works, and I don't know how Dwarf Fortress's programming works, and I don't know if there's some weird eccentricity in the engine where that wouldn't work. So, I don't know. Because another thing that I'm also curious to see is, will there be a way to active... And I tried to sort of ask a question to Tarn about this, but he was kind of cagey on the answer, as to whether or not it would be possible to, like, just... Because you know how to turn on arena mode, you go into the game files and activate it, and then it shows up on your main menu, right? It's not something that's just there by default. It's something that you have to know how to turn on and then activate. I'm very curious to know if in Premium it'll be possible to activate adventure mode. Like, I wonder if you'll just be able to, like, go in to the game files somewhere, change a variable, and then just have it on your main menu and be able to play it. I'm very curious about that. There is an option. It's in the settings menu. If you watched my videos, you would know this, Orange. Question is, all the stuff that comes with the lazy noob pack, like Dwarf Therapist, etc., will this work in the Steam version? God, I hope not. Or is there just a better manager built into the game, so now that you won't need it? If people still feel the need to use Dwarf Therapist with the premium version of Dwarf Fortress, they failed. But I'm assuming the team that makes that thing will update it. There's no reason for them to not. I'm kind of hoping that we can just get basically a Steam release post-mortem on my stream. Because, like, you know, those talks I do with Zach and Tard, Ambloka, we do them quarterly. We do them every 4 months. Like, literally, it's scheduled at this point. Like, I know when I'm going to ask them next to do the next one. And I'm expecting to do the next one after it's released. And I'm hoping that the next one we do will, like, that'll be kind of the theme of it, is like, let's look back over the last 2 years and then look at the next year. It's not, well, actually, it's my Monday, so I'll accept that today. Arrow. It is my Monday, so I will in fact accept that. Tuesday is my Monday. It's almost done draining. Or drying up, rather. Especially over there on the left. How deep is this? Ah, yeah, it's all 1 and 2. It'll be done pretty soon. But how's things, Arrow? But yeah, no, I actively believe that the whole point and end goal of the premium version, Kalidar, and as Zach and Tarn have said as much, is that ideally the only people still using DF Hack are people that are either modding the game or trying to do extremely large mega projects. And I need to remove this dwarf from the military. I think. Actually, no, never mind. Sorry, misread. It's just changing your personal tendencies. The goal of the Steam version is to make those tools not necessary. And they're not necessary. Like, this is completely vanilla. I'm not using Dwarf Therapist or DF Hack. And I think that the thing that scares people off of Dwarf Fortress right now is, one, the ASCII. That's the first thing that scares people off of playing Dwarf Fortress. But the second thing that scares people off of Dwarf Fortress is when they think that, oh no, it's mandatory for me to install not 1, but 3 pieces of software to play this video game. Because it's DF Hack, DF Therapist, I guess, like, the launcher, and then Dwarf Fortress. That's what actually scares a lot of people away. Like, the number of people I've talked to that are like, you know, I play NetHack. Like, these are, like, roguelike players who are like, yeah, I play NetHack frequently in ASCII. ASCII's not a problem. The problem is I installed Starter Pack, and it made me install 4 different pieces of software, and it triggered my antivirus. Like, that's... what? Or having to, like... It's the install process that the community has deemed mandatory that scares a portion of people away. So as far as I'm concerned, if we come out the other side of premium and the community is still yelling, "You still need be a therapist," they've failed horribly. I mean, the premium version has, and like the new UI has a job manager, right? It's literally it looks kind of like this menu. I could go grab a file, but like there's tabs up on the top that have every single job, and you click on it and it says what dwarves do that job, and then you can show all, and then you can click a dwarf and add a new job. It's like, it's not quite the way RimWorld does it, or it's kind of like their own solution, but it's perfectly usable for people with simple brain. Give yourself more intelligence credit, Kaladar. I'm legally blind and I can play with ASCII. The way I describe ASCII to people is, it's like if we were talking about Civilization earlier, right? Or I was. Playing an ASCII game is like being told, imagine a world where someone just used one of those mind eraser thingies from Men in Black on you that make you forget everything about how Civ works. And then, or like putting your grandma in front of endgame Civ 5. Every tile has like 50 different icons on it. There's a billion numbers at the top, 50 different things you can build, 200 different units you can build. That's what starting to play Dwarf Fortress is like. You can learn what that means if you stop, go to the main menu, and start from the beginning and play slowly. It's very easy to learn what all that stuff means. Dwarf Fortress is exactly like that. It just requires you slowing down, stopping, and playing slowly for your first few forts, and you'll figure it out. When people say, "Oh, I could never do it," don't limit your possibilities. Like, there's some incredible games that are just pure ASCII. And for me, it is, and like, I'm actively worried about the premium versions for me streaming them, because for me, as somebody who's legally blind, it is a lot easier to discern the difference between a lowercase red c and a lowercase d. Because a lowercase d is a dog, and a lowercase red c is a cat, a kitten specifically. A gray c is a cat. And it's way easier for me to discern the difference between a C and a D than it is between a tiny little cat sprite moving across the screen at Dwarf Fortress speed and a tiny little dog sprite moving across the screen at Dwarf Fortress speed. Yes, also like NetHack, a fantastic game. Replacing DFHack and all of its features is several thousand hours of work for Tarn. He's not going to... No, see, here's the thing. He doesn't have to. He doesn't have to replace all of its features. But for the average player that... So the average player that just installs Lazy Noob Pack and plays Dwarf Fortress doesn't use all the features from DFHack. And my comments section on Dwarf Fortress proves this. The vast majority of people don't use any of the features. They just have it. It's like the mood bar is like the one thing that they look at, right? The vast majority, only power players are actually using DFHack to its full potential and using the features as they're intended. The majority of people using DFHack are not. So DFHack should absolutely exist. Absolutely should exist. It should be on the Steam Workshop. It should be accessible for people, and people should have that. However, it shouldn't be necessary for every single player who just installs the game for the first time. They're different colors, though. Zaid and Oak. Also, the crocodile would be a capital C, so not a lowercase c. And they're also a different color. Crab's also a different color. Crab's orange, I think. I haven't seen a crab in a while, though. Although that would be a giant crab, not a crab. Because a crab is a vermin, so they'd be like a little dot. You literally Googled games similar to RimWorld. Well, just remember, RimWorld wouldn't exist if it wasn't for Dwarf Fortress, because what funded their Kickstarter campaign was largely some press, but also the Dwarf Fortress forum. Like, RimWorld wouldn't have taken off if it wasn't for the Bay 12 forums. It's not that RimWorld gets boring, it's RimWorld gets shallow. It's like, I played Dwarf Fortress, I played No Moria, I played Towns, I played RimWorld, I played Dwarf Fortress. I've put the most time into Dwarf Fortress probably at this point. And I have no desire to ever play RimWorld again. Because I did everything that there was to be done in RimWorld. I'm not even close to doing as much as I could possibly do in Dwarf Fort. No Moria is fine, but understand what you're getting into with No Moria. It's an unfinished, shallow, basic representation of Dwarf Fortress. With pretty graphics. That's it. If you want to play a game that's like Dwarf Fortress and kind of like No Moria, but also completely different and worth playing in its own right, I'd recommend playing Odd Realm. It's like $15, and the way I describe Odd Realm is like if Minecraft is Dwarf Fortress, Odd Realm is Terraria, because Minecraft is like the big open, endless, you can kind of do whatever you want in it, similar to Dwarf Fortress, whereas Terraria is like very goal-oriented and has bosses to fight and stuff like that. Odd Realm is a lot more like Terraria in that sense, where the world is randomly generated every time, but there's elements of it that are static that you have objectives to go and obtain, and if you have certain things, you can summon bosses and fight them. So it's like there's some really neat things in Odd Realm, but it's a very different take on the same idea. Well, the cool part about Dwarf Fortress and what makes Dwarf Fortress unique is its world generation. The history generation, the world generation, the procedural beasts, the books, the all of that stuff. Yeah, I mean, similar intrigue comes from what do you call it? And also the way it does its personality generation. The personality generation of the different individual characters and the world generation, history generation are far and away the coolest parts of Dwarf Fort by a country mile, and nothing else even comes close to it. I mean, so here's the thing, Snoogans, right? You say it's really easy to change tile sets with LNP, right? You know how you change them without LNP? Or what you should be calling it, which is Starter Pack because it's been renamed. The way you change tile sets without that is you click and drag a tile set into the art file and you change one line of text. It's not hard to do that without Lazy Noob Pack. And then if it's a graphical tile set, there's one other step that you have to do. But it's like, with the exception of like Vetelinger, which needs DFAC to work. I speak English, but I can Google Translate what you're saying. What, it would be great in Spanish, Dwarf Fortress? Tarn actually mentioned something about this in the last time I spoke with him, because he said that, like, with Dwarf Fortress, the text is so built in to the baseline of the game, it would be very difficult to actually translate the whole thing, because you'd also have to rewrite the game. You'd have to rewrite the game's grammar generation as well as the language shift. So that would be a monumental task, but possible. But Tarn did say that with the premium release, it would be possible to do a partial translation where all of the static text, like UI text, could be in a different language, which is interesting. I don't know how like the Spanish-speaking community or like the Portuguese community or the Russian-speaking communities for Dwarf Fortress would think what they would think of that, but I wonder if that's like a happy middle ground where everybody sort of wins. Because like when you're talking about procedural text generation, you have to change your algorithms. And Dwarf Fortress does a lot of that, even when it's like naming items, right? Or like they'll name them in Dwarfy, and then you'll have to read the translations. So you'd have to like translate all of the translations, and oh my god. I can't even imagine translating a game like this. What animals are you? Those are unicorns. Or they're humans, but they're too pale to be humans. They're unicorns. One thing I will say about graphical tile sets, way better if you're colorblind. I'm not colorblind. I'm not at all, so RimWorld is great if you're a sociopathic maniac, yeah. Or like edgelord humor. I'll be honest, like part of the reason I stopped playing RimWorld was the humor just got like what the community thinks is funny just got so old that I just didn't want to tolerate it anymore. Part of the reason I'm not looking forward to the expansion of the reach of Dwarf Fortress's community, because I'm worried they might go that route, but hopefully not. Hopefully people stay chill. Chat, investments are open if you want to invest your tickets. Also, in regards to No Moria, Kalador, don't play No Moria, play In Nomia. I can spell it. Which is the open source version of No Moria, although No Moria is 67% off right now. Not a bad discount, but... It... Can't spell it. Is it in my library still? No, it's not. God damn it. Hey, Cali commuter. Long time. Yeah, there is a open source variant of No Moria that became a thing after No Moria stopped being a thing. But I can't find it now. Google it. Ah. Although I don't know how often it gets updated. Yes, and hopefully nobody tells them about the mermaid farms. But yeah, I don't know how active the development of this thing is. I assume not. Although something that I would say would be really neat is if Tarn goes full insane, which I kind of hope he does, and open sources the world generation code. And then Innomia could incorporate some of that. That would be really cool. What about the game Towns? We don't talk about Towns. Actually, is Towns even still on Steam? I removed it from my Steam library a while ago. It was literally just called Towns. Yep, it is in fact still on Steam. I had to Google search it to find it, probably because I have it ignored. That's what Towns looks like. Had so much promise, so much potential. Yeah. What is the red pillar? It's a glass tube full of lava that goes all the way down into the center of the earth. I had 200 years of free time and built a giant lava lamp. What are investments? An absolutely pointless waste of time. It's a chat minigame. Do not buy Towns. That's my advice to you, Hazaza. Please don't waste your money on that. It's like buying... What was the name of that Space DF9? That thing. It's like buying that. Maybe worse. You only spent 112 hours on that game? I know I spent a lot, but I removed it from my Steam library like 5 years ago, so was one of those, like, this game just makes me mad when I see it now, so I uninstalled it completely. At least you got your money's worth, though. Allegedly. How old is this fort? We're in the year 413. We started in the year 5, which means we're 408 years old. 408 years. It's Longdeath. The goal is to get to 1,000 without retiring it, with as few save scums as possible. And yeah. If you want to see the full list of VODs as well as the year 400 save file, that'll help. When we hit year 500, it'll be the oldest heavily documented fort ever. Which means I guess I need to phone Guinness Book of World Records. Be like, I played a game for too long. And they'll be like, good job, buddy. And then they'll hang up. No, I'll be like, no. Nope. Unlikely. I mean, it's more of a question of, do I want to? And I don't know if I want to. I haven't decided yet. I mean, I know for a fact the save file won't be transferable. I'm not on the current version right now. I'm one version behind already. I know for a fact the save file won't be transferable. Just because of the mechanical changes to the game. So I don't know. We'll see. I might, if there's a save, if someone makes a save transfer script, I'll consider it. But I haven't decided. What I'm actually kind of thinking that this is going to become is it's just going to become like a Dwarf Fortress talk show where I bring on other Dwarf Fortress creators if there's enough to actually do that. What's up, Toby Tuna? Been a few months since you were here. Hi. Well, no problem. Thanks for swinging by to say that you appreciate them. They're probably the most important thing that I do, and it's got the least of me in it. So I guess that shows my relevance. But, you know. People seem to like them, so I'm glad. I always kind of feel bad, though, when people ask me to put more production value into my non-Dwarf Fortress vids. It's like, you put so much effort into your Dwarf Fortress videos, and then these other videos just feel like no effort. It's like, well, one-man operation. I only have so much time. I don't really feel like... It's like, I stream like 36 to 40 plus hours a week in 3 days. So, like, anything else I do is overtime, basically. So all my YouTube stuff is overtime. And not very many people watch the non-Dwarf Fortress stuff, so I can't quite justify it. It's like this weird cycle of, like, you know. My goal for those interviews with Zach and Tarn specifically is to fill the void that has been left by the disappearance / vast infrequency of the good old-fashioned DF Talk podcast. So that's my goal with those interviews, is to fill that void, right? Because, like, Bay 12 for DF Talk, yeah, they did an episode in February 21. They did an episode in October 9, 2020. They did a few in 2020 because I guess everybody was locked inside, right? And then 2014. So it was 2014. They then did a few in 2020, and then one in 2021, and they basically stopped again. So it's like, yeah, no, that's fair. I mean, I'm not even referring to, like, the DF videos on YouTube. It's the impression videos that I put up that I get those comments on from time to time. But the VODs are just going to remain archival VODs. That's the purpose of them. So. But, I don't know. I will continue putting videos up where I read the Future of the Fortress stuff indefinitely, and I will probably rename the Steam News playlist or videos going forward post Steam release from Steam News to just Dwarf Fortress News. So I'll probably keep that going and just continue reading patch notes and screenshots and shit. And then keep doing the interviews quarterly. Nope. Nothing's impenetrable to threats. Especially because, like, at this point in a fort, the biggest threat is your own dwarves not making babies. Because you stop getting migrants at a point. The game isn't designed to keep a fort alive this long. The game's designed to keep a fort alive for like 50 years. 50 to maybe 100. Maybe 100. But it's designed that you retire and reclaim the fort to switch between adventure mode and fortress mode. Yes, quite literally. Lock them all in the tower. Tavern. Words. Which is literally what I'm doing right now. Who are you? Oh, Paranoid Metroid is running around obliviously. Lovely. Good for you, man. But I actually had to go back to a save file not too long ago because things got out of hand. So I lost like 6 years of time at one point recently. But, you know. Hundreds of years ago, yeah. Because your starting dwarves are usually between like 50 and 70-ish. And dwarves live 160 to 170 years old. Although I think that they can die of natural causes starting at like 150 something. So yeah, no, they all died years ago, long time ago. We have the king from our faction in the fort, who just inherited the role at a point. And our king is how old? Is 164 years old, so we'll only have this king for a maximum of 6 more years. Then he'll die of old age. But yeah, no, we're on generation like 5. Like, there's multiple dwarves in this fortress that are like descendants from the original 7. But yeah, the original 7 were all dead by like year 50 or 60 or so. We still have books from the original 7. We still have artifacts from the original 7. I have engravings. All of these engravings down the top of this wall here were done by the original 7. Like this, which is a detailed image by the Great Pedinsky. It wasn't the original 7, but like in the first few migrant waves. An image of Great Pedinsky by DeBerries, who was in the original 7. Is surrounded by the dwarves. The artwork relates to the appointment of the dwarf Great Pedinsky to the position of militia captain of the Eternal Adventure of Time in the year 16. When we hit year 500, we will be. So when I hit the year 505. There is one person in the Russian Dwarf Fortress community who claims to have a fort that they kept alive for 600-something years, but I've only ever seen a single screenshot of that fort. It's big, but I've only ever seen a single screenshot of it. The oldest heavily documented fort is Arch Crystal, which you can find by Googling Arch Crystal. But my goal is to surpass Arch Crystal in age, but Arch Crystal was much more ambitious. Arch Crystal had tame hydras, which they were breeding, and tame dragons, which they were breeding. Tame cave dragons, specifically. Also defeated Hell at one point. Killed all of the demons in Hell. And did a lot of that sort of stuff. How do you even tame those? Same way you tame anything. You put them in a cage and you tame them. And then you breed them. And the two tame bred ones have a chance to make a domesticated one. Arch Crystal. ARCH Crystal. I mean, nothing wacky has shown up for me to tame. I have domesticated unicorns, but that's the best I got. I mean, I got emus and unicorns. theoretically, but there's some annoying bugs related to them that leads you to not want to actually do that. As an example, even if you domesticate dragons, other creatures in your fort, like let's just say cats, don't consider dragons friendly because they're technically a mega beast. So, if you have a tame dog in your fort, let's just say, and you have a tame dragon, the dragon will execute the dog, and then the dwarves will execute the dragon for executing the dog. That kind of thing. Or rather, it'll just like turn it into a toaster oven. Not, but also yes. There's bugs involved. That's not really their intended purpose. It's much more functional in adventure mode, where you just mount them and then ride away. But in fortress mode, at least in the game currently, it's not really something you're intended to do. Like, just as an example, like hydras don't have baby hydras. If you have two tame hydra, like you can't domesticate hydras. And the reason you can't domesticate hydras is in order to domesticate something, you need the young variant of the thing, right? So to domesticate a unicorn in Dwarf Fortress, you need 2 wild unicorns, you breed them, you tame them, and then you let them make a baby while they're tame. When they make babies while they're tame, you tame those babies, and then their babies will be domesticated, right? If you don't get the baby, you can't actually domesticate them. So you can't domesticate hydras because hydras don't give birth to babies. They give birth to fully grown hydras. I mean, if you have wolves, yeah, you can tame wolves. I had a wolf running around in this fort for a bit, actually, which was tame. I had domesticated wolves at one point in this fort, and then I got bored of trying to breed them, so I just slaughtered them all and ate them. But I also had I had a couple tame Greylanger monkeys in this fort at one point, but they kept getting out and stealing. They kept stopped being tame and then stealing my shit, and it was annoying. So I said, "Fuck it," with the Greylanger monkeys. But you can't domesticate things like hydras because they have no child, or they have no young age category. I don't know what word to use. They're never young. They just are born adult. Born to be wild. You doubt it would be feasible to farm, but it might make a nasty surprise. Wait, what? If Tarn could add a 1 in 1,000 chance of a Hydra head that is chopped off to clean off, regenerating into a full Hydra over time, that sounds like a feature request or a mod. It's not how it works, but yes, you can. So in Dwarf Fortress, if you get attacked by an enemy army, it's not like RimWorld where you enslave them and imprison them and force them to join you. If an army attacks you, they're an enemy army and they will fight you. Doesn't matter. There is no converting them to your side. There's no prisoners. It's just they will either run away or fight with you until they're done. However, this fort's a bad example because the world's kind of dead because of how old it is, but you can have visitors, and visitors can petition to join. So if you're just like playing Fortress mode, right, and you're just hanging out and and then suddenly 5 plump helmet men, which are mushroom people, 2 elves, and a goblin show up, and they're all in a band, and they hang out in your tavern for a bit, and they play some music, and everybody loves it, and then they walk into the mayor's office and say, "Can we stay here permanently to entertain your visitors?" And you go, "Okay," and you let them stay permanently to entertain visitors, and then you make them some bedrooms and assign that to the tavern so that they have places to rent or sleep in temporarily that aren't technically part of the fortress, but like available for them to sleep in, so that they stay happy, and they stay there for a year, and then a year later they ask, "Can I have citizenship with your faction?" And you say, "You know what? Why not?" And then the goblin comes up and says, "Can I have citizenship with your faction?" And you look at the insignia on his forehead and you're like, "You're part of the guys that keep invading us. Get out." And you ask him to leave, but you keep the rest of them. And then suddenly you have a bunch of plump helmet people and an elf in your fort. That's how you get strange factions in that way. There's another way too. You can retire forts at any time and then go play adventure mode normally. You won't be able to do this initially in the premium version because adventure mode's UI hasn't been like redone yet, but hopefully that'll get done a couple months after premium's out, or within a year. But adventure mode, you can just make a party of whatever the fuck. You could have 5 hamster people, a goblin, a Gorlak, which is basically Mike Wazowski, and I don't know, 2 horses and a cat. And then you could go on an adventure and basically play Kenshi, where you run, because that's basically what adventure mode is. You play Kenshi. You could just go on an adventure like that, and then walk to your old fortress, park them in your old fortress, retire that group, and then reclaim the old fortress, and they will immediately join your fortress. So, yes, you can have weird creatures. It's just not the way RimWorld does it. Yeah, it's just casually mutating into a slime creature in Cataclysm Dark Days Ahead. Yeah, sounds about right. Evolution. It's just like, I'm just playing Cut over here, casually running around with 18 rocket launchers on my back. Just cluster bomb. Anyway. You know what's weird? This isn't me complaining, but I've streamed for almost 4 hours and 20 minutes. Smoke them if you got them. But I've been streaming for almost 4 hours and 20 minutes. Haven't had a single resub today. That is weird. That is weird. Anyway. I'm not calling people out or anything. That I think might be a record period of time for not getting a resub. It's like everybody's just decided to not click the button today. Thanks, Goffer. Cheers, mate. And everybody fucking resubs now. Thanks, Ofsalot. Cheers, mate. Working on them crutches.
Yeah, weird.
You refuse to click the button? Okay, don't then. I mean, you'll start a hype train if you do. It's like chat has just like simultaneously decided that like they don't want to click the resub button. I'm pretty sure that that's like a new record of time that I've gone without getting a resub though. Gotten a couple new followers though, so thank you. I need these merchants to go make friends. Or babies, even better. If you have a button to press, press it, Arrow. Anyway, we'll see you when we see you. You know, I'm just going to add Monday to a banned list of terms for my chat so you can't do that anymore. I don't think you understand how much it annoys me. Or you do, and that's why you keep doing it. I feel like being a slime sounds awful. Just period. Unless like your body's just completely destroyed, in which case, maybe it could be. Maybe it's not the worst thing. That's like your opinion, man. Sure. That is my opinion. Thanks, Anonymous. I think I know who did that. Thank you very much for the 50 bucks. Cheers. Now it's a hype train. I mean, my running costs for the day are covered now. Everything else is gravy. Also, Formula 1 news. Chat, can I get a round of beers? for the $50 in bits that just got chucked into my chat. Like, we can post beers for that, I think. Dwarves are very content with their meals. Wait, hold on a second. You don't feel anything after sleeping in a poor bedroom. My guy, you got a mat... Oh, actually, hold on a second. I need to check the quality of that bed. Oh, I think I have some beds I got to replace. Yeah, I got some beds I got to replace. Whoops. My bad, guys. I was like, what's wrong with your bedroom? You literally have like a fucking masterwork statue, a green glass box, and a nice cabinet, and a nice door. Like, how is that a bad... It's a bad bed because the bed itself is, about to fall apart. No, this bed, this one is about 300 years old. This one's maybe 100. $50 years young beds. Underground wood lice are chewing them apart. That, and they're just rotting. Oh yeah, no. I mean, this fortress could actually, maybe we just need to redo all the beds. Okay, maybe not all of them. Okay, a lot of these are fine. It's like every 200 years you need to replace your beds. These are things that you don't think about in normal dwarf fort. For reference, to anybody who doesn't know what they're looking at, the little X's on either sides are a description of how worn they are. So if I read this book, this bed, it is an exceptional apricot wood bed. It is showing some wear with the two X's, right? The two thick double X's, this one, a superior quality ginkgo bed. This object is mangled. It's mangled. Meaning, it claims that it's a bed frame, right? I don't know what your definition of mangled would be, but, you know, chat, can you do me a favor? Somebody go open up DALL-E Mini or like Midjourney or one of those image generators and type in a superior quality ginkgo wood bed that is mangled. I want to know what a mangled bed, according to one of those AI generators, looks like. It's like a piece of wood. It's like it's like when you jump on a like IKEA wood bed too hard and then the frame just goes thunk and collapses because the wood just gives up. That's essentially what happened here. Also, we have about 30 seconds to upgrade the hype train. If you happen to have a resub, pop it now, just so you can get in. Grab a free emote, maybe. Or gift a sub to Hexman. Thanks, Wolf. Yeah, it's literally splinters, pretty much. But thank you very much for the little hype train. Almost 69%. 100 more bits to do that. Actually, about 50, probably. Thanks, Oafs. Appreciate you, dude. Any crimes in this fort? Not recently. But yes, this is the list of total crimes. So... I mean, they're actually on the topic of criminals. There is Zaloro. Zaloro's a vampire who became a vampire in like year 120 or something. Who went completely berserk during their prison sentence. Like completely lost it. And so I just removed the door and sealed the room. He's completely naked because all of his clothing is worn off. Although he does still have his bronze pick, which I gave him because I was intending to like dig him out his own section of the fort for himself. I mean, there goes the scam train. It didn't just get here, Goffer. Yeah, the plan for this dude was like, oh, I'll give you a pickaxe and you can go mine your own fort elsewhere in the fort. No, this is the only one in the walls. I only have one, and it's this one. I'm also pretty sure it's the only vampire in the world. Hey, Virtue. What's up, dude? No, because he's Berserk. So because he's Berserk, he's not a dwarf anymore. Like, he's not part of the fort anymore. Which means if I were to throw stuff down to him, he wouldn't touch it. The only thing that this character wants to do in this fortress is kill everything that it sees. So I'm not going to dig down and not going to give it away to escape. Theoretically, if I came down to a situation where I only had one dwarf left, I could rig this guy up to be a vampire bloodwell, but I don't really have any interest in doing that. So... yeah, but I can't control him. I mean, the whole point, what I wanted to do with him was to make him into his own chunk of the fort. But I literally can't do that. So, because he's no longer part of the fort, no vampire bloodwell? No, because I want dwarves. I don't want to make a fortress of vampires. Also, if you've never managed a fortress of vampires, it's not fun. So, no, I have no interest in in making a bloodwell. That is a last-ditch effort, the world is dead solution that I'll do if I'm down to like 2 dwarves, but probably not ever going to do that because I don't really... it's just not the point of this fort. How is it not fun? You've clearly never done it. Once a dwarf is known to be a vampire in your fort, it changes their name and their profession to red. It also changes their profession title to vampire from their current title, right? So imagine managing your dwarves without dwarf therapist with everything being red. No color differentiation. You can't tell who's a child or not because they are the same color. And then they also can't, by default, drink alcohol, but they still want to drink alcohol. Okay? So you have these dwarves that can't die, that can't drink alcohol, which is their main source of happiness. You can force them to drink alcohol by using tavern keepers and locking them all in the tavern, but it can lead to drowning, which isn't great. Yes, they don't die, but they get upset. So, long story short, dwarves get stuck in jobs. They get stuck pondering and praying. You know when you have a dwarf that you need to do something, but all they want to do is socialize with the purple word and then the exclamation point? They'll literally get stuck doing that for a year at a time. I don't want to manage a fortress of vampires. No, thank you. If you want a really good example as to why managing a fortress full of vampires is no fucking fun whatsoever, go watch Krug Smash's Honeystoker. It's not fun. You like the floor? It's very colorful. I found out that I had a lot of random materials, so I just started putting it on the floor. Fortress of Necromancers is great. And the reason Fortress of Necromancers is great is because if anybody gets actually annoying like that, you beat them over the head, put them, put a Necromancer in the same room with them with water and drown the Necromancer, and with another Necromancer where they can see it, and they'll res the Necromancer, and then you have a fortress full of Liches. Liches and Necromancers are great fun. Vampires, no. You mean murder-intoxicated dwarves? Because drinking blood kills them. So what happens when you have a vampire fort, very quickly you just have no normal dwarves yet. And I don't feel like I wouldn't micromanage that anyway. So TLDR, I am never going to do that with Longdeath. Maybe a different fort, but not Longdeath. So don't be all sad, because it's never been in the plans, and it's not going to be in the plans. Thrown in Discord. All right, let's see what a mangled bed looks like. That doesn't look very mangled. All right, that's kind of mangled, but I'm disappointed. Not very mangled. Disappoint. Somebody just commented on one of my most recent videos, or one of my DF News videos, and they're just like, the video doesn't match the audio and it makes me feel drunk. It does match the audio, though. Yeah, must have. Okay, let's check in with this. Hey! I can unlock the trap now. A legendary pump operator? I've seen, honestly, I think that the weirdest one is the legendary Gelder. It's like the hardest thing to have a legendary one of. That or like, well, I mean, they're more common as migrants, but making your own legendary waxworker is also kind of a challenge. Oh, also, on the topic of legendary Gelder, the Gelder queen of my other fort in a different world is no longer the queen. It's now one of my old dwarves from a previous fort, which is kind of funny. We're installing new traps, sending all the dwarves in. Just make a Gelder guild. Yeah, just make a Gelder guild and give the dwarves nothing to do. You know, that'll do it these days. You made 10 legendary armor smiths? I mean, I do that with ambushers and doctors and various other things, yeah. Yes, you are explaining to me a very basic mechanic that I'm very well aware of, but it's also not a practical skill, and they don't get better at it. Like, it's not like something that they don't make better crafts out of it or anything. Like, there's no actual reason or use to doing that, but fair enough. But I don't know. I wouldn't make a Gelder's Guild because, like, there's no actual practical purpose you get out of it. One thing that is kind of weird about that vampire in the walls, though, is every now and again, because I have all of the dwarves' thoughts routed into the announcements for this fort, every now and again, I will see the vampire just, like, screaming in pain. Such pain I feel! My clothes, they've rotted! Such misery I feel! And it's like, man, I just want to crush you. I feel bad. Okay, fair enough, but like training up a dwarf by themselves without the guild is hard. I mean, that's also like saying, Revolution, that keeping a fortress alive for 1,000 years is easy. Get one were creature, because were creatures can't go insane because their mood gets reset every single time they become a were creature and cease being a were creature, and put it in the walls with a vampire in a different room, and then just leave the game running for 1,000 years. I had a number of people tell me to do that for this. So theoretically, keeping a fort alive for 1,000 years is also easy with 2 dwarves, but also no. So by that same logic, yeah, there's an easy solution or a cheat solution to anything. You could also just go into DF hack and like set their skills to maximum. But that wasn't the point of what I was saying. Do the fun punishment of digging a hole into the magma sea and then drop them down into there screaming? Maybe. I mean, if I were to do something like that, it would probably be I would catch them in a cage. Actually, unless like berserk things are trap avoid, I don't know. But I would see if I could cage trap them and then drop them into that probably. But yeah. Yeah, exactly. Just like someone who goes to school to learn gelding isn't a real gelder. Joining a guild and learning gilding doesn't make you a real gelder. You only become a real gelder by, you know, learning gelding, by chopping nuts. A unicorn has been stung by a honeybee. Turns out. Look at all that melting metal objects. Got it. You love to see it. Can you make a pool of blood? Blood is weird because blood evaporates so quickly. Blood has a much quicker evaporation speed than like any other liquid in the game. So, and also it evaporates at any depth. Unlike, so water will only evaporate when it gets to 1 of 7. Same with lava. Whereas blood will evaporate even if it's at 7 of 7. So the only way to really make like a moat of blood or something is to be in a haunted biome where it's raining blood constantly. And then you just name your fortress Slayer, and then you sell 1 billion copies for playing the same chord repeatedly. I mean, what? Anyway, yeah, so if you have a fortress where it's raining blood, yes, you dig a trench. But any other way, you can't really do it. Unless it's some mixture of other liquids. Yeah, now for that, you gotta play Caves of Cud, Virtue. I mean, you know, I've always wondered, because I know that it is possible for, like, soldiers to get hit with a gelding blow into our fortress. Do they get points towards gelding for doing that? Like, does that actually give them gelding experience? I've never had the opportunity to, like, test that. But I've wondered it for a while. Darren, thank you very much for the 27th month. And also for being an actual, like, independent resub without me stating that bluntly. So, like, I don't know, 20 minutes ago, I was just like, you know, I've been streaming for 4.5 hours and I haven't gotten a single resub, and then 2 people resubbed back to back immediately, so. But 27 months, welcome back. Varchi, what do you think of my my viewer-made follower emotes? Aren't they fantastic? Crypt Burr's quite popular. It's very, very, very artistically wonderful, I think. Oh, if you just resubbed, you have to refresh your stream to get the notification, by the way. You only have access to it on mobile, actually? Do you have a bunch of extensions installed? Because if you do, when you're in Twitch chat, just type in this, crypt, or... Because you have access to it. It just might not be popping up. Weird. Whoa. Do you not follow me? Why don't you follow me? Yeah, I don't know. Twitch anomaly. But if you can't search for it that way, then yeah, I don't know. But thank you very much for the 9th month. Welcome back. No, I was referencing what Taylor said. Because they said that they only have access to those emotes on mobile, which makes absolutely 0 sense. But thank you very much for the 9th month. Welcome back. And I'm glad you like the follower emotes. But yeah, current task is melt down all this iron. That is, in fact, the current task. I'm going to put in a couple more cage traps. Wait, actually, hold up. Got to make them out of iron. Yeah, I don't know. Don't ask me. I'm not Twitch support. I don't know how these things work. You've been doing you stuff? That sounds healthy. I mean, like, I don't know. When did you follow me, Virtue? August 2019, and I think you were here quite a bit throughout 2020, if I remember correctly. When were you last here? Yeah, I mean, you were last here 9/2/2020, so it's been, what, 2 years? I think that a lot of people spent a lot of time on Twitch early in the pandemic because, like, all other social avenues just kind of went away, which makes a lot of sense, which is why Twitch, you know, it sounds like a nursery rhyme, but Twitch grew three times. Twitch tripled in size in about 3 months at the beginning of the pandemic. And it's been a very steady but slow decline since then. And, you know, it makes a lot of sense that people go off and do other things. Like, you got to do things for you. Don't just watch Twitch all day. Twitch is good, but Twitch isn't perfect. You were sick going through your accident? I mean, you still got to take care of yourself, right? But glad to hear you made it through, whatever that was. But yeah, no, there was definitely a lot of people that were around the stream heavily at the beginning of 2020 that I haven't seen in months. Person with username just followed me, and all I have to say is, try me. Diamond, what up? Back on the stream with 1080p quality. Am I actually blind? I'm legally blind. Right eye doesn't work at all. My left eye barely works. I see through a very constricted tunnel. I own a white cane that sits in my closet, but I have Twitch chat zoomed up 200%. I've got 3 32-inch monitors that run at 1080p. If things get too small, I use on-screen magnifier. I don't generally need the on-screen magnifier, though. Only for, like, obnoxious websites that refuse to zoom their text size. Which happens, oddly enough. Why would my username be a lie? Can I do this safely? I don't know, man. You just got here, and the first thing you're doing is presuming that I'm lying. Which isn't mean, but also is not very nice. Nor is it a particularly nice way of starting a conversation with somebody that you've never met before. The last time somebody tuned in and was like, "You're not actually blind, you're lying," I literally banned them immediately, so... This is like the worst way you could start off a conversation with me is by presuming that I'm lying about my username, asking it in a kind of inflammatory way, and then stating that you're impressed. So the best way to start a conversation with somebody that you don't know, especially if they have an invisible disability, is maybe ask, "What's up with your username?" Or saying hello first, instead of, "Are you actually blind?" Because, well, by definition, even if we're just going by name, I am in fact blind because that's my name on the internets. Disabilities aside. But yes, I am a visually impaired individual. Well, you could also, scroll down a little further and you'd see that in the tags beneath the stream, I have visually impaired. What makes you think I'm butthurt? I just think that you're a rude individual. You're gonna unfollow just for that? Fair enough. Peace out, dude. Why, right after this message I get from Gremlin campaign, vote Gremlin? Wait, what? Oy. I don't know what you're on about, by the way, Diamond. You know what's cute about people, chat room? Is when people assume that someone is butthurt or mad or upset, when I'm literally just trying to educate you on how to politely speak to somebody who's disabled. I mean, obviously vote Gremlin. Also, I would like to inform you, Diamond, you've done a very poor job of commenting on all my videos with Vote Gremlin. How in the world is your propaganda campaign going to work functionally and effectively if everybody isn't, like, extremely aware of your Vote Gremlin campaign? I mean, come on. Got to do better there, Ming. Also, you know what's amazing from Do Not Gift Me Sub 69? I don't give a shit. You follow me or unfollow me. There's this point with followers where they just kind of cease to matter. What I actually care about is that you tune in and watch. Like, if somebody tunes in, follows, and then never comes back, it's completely fucking irrelevant in the first place. Which is the majority of my followers at this point. Like, we're getting close to 15,000 and something like 2,000 people from that list actively watch my streams still. It's just how it goes. So, in fact, you unfollowing me is doing me a favor if you're not going to come back. So, appreciate you for doing that. Yeah, no, I don't get more visitors. I haven't received visitors in this fort since... What's it called? I haven't received visitors in this fort since about year 130 or so. Yeah, no, the only people that I get coming by that just visit are traders, caravans, and... traders from caravans and those invaders. Oh, also the tribute payers, but I don't get tribute from the elves. I only get tributes from one human faction now, once a year in the fall. Sorry, we had some legal problem with the Vote Gremlin and Gremlin for Mayor slogan. Well, see, here's the thing, right? If Gremlin was actually a good businessman, Gremlin wouldn't care about the legal ramifications. Gremlin would just do it. Yeah, I don't know. People get like... Generally, my assumption, and this is like a really negative assumption that I make about other people, Virtue, is when... if somebody tunes into my channel and the first thing they do is the accusatory, are you actually blind? My immediate assumption is I'm not going to get along with this person very well. Or the people that the people who either instantly accuse me of not being blind, or the people who ask, are you actually blind? And then immediately follow up with, oh, I thought you were lying or something. Those people. It's always the case that I'm not going to get along with them well. And it's like very presumptuous by me, and it's shitty, and I need to get better about it, but at the same time, it's got such an accurate track record that if somebody says that to me, we are not going to get along, and they're going to get timed out pretty quick. I don't know. It's too accurate. What's up, Satchimal? Hello. I'm still convinced I butcher your name whenever I read it, but hello. Good to see you. Good morning. Just pull the fucking lever, else I will. Yeah, exactly. No, the Gremlin wouldn't say just pull the fucking lever, else I will. He will have already pulled the lever. Also, I think I need to go back through the last interview that I did and pull out that soundbite of Tarn going, what are you guys doing out there in relation to the gremlins, just because it's so fucking funny. It's just like, just that line where he's just like, what are... because there was the question of how come gremlins can make clothes that are sized for themselves in DF Therapist, but not in Fortress mode. It's like you can't make gremlin-sized clothing in Fortress mode. You can't do it. But gremlins that are tame want clothing. But if you assign the gremlins specifically to the clothing shop and they make the clothing that's listed as dwarf size, then a gremlin can wear it. And just the statement of like Tarn going, what are you guys doing out there is just way too funny to me. That is just, I don't know, it's just way too fucking funny. Was it 2 or 3 that he wanted? It's 2. Yeah, pretty much. That's like your if-then statement of like how it happens. People always assume that I'm butthurt or upset. It's not really the case. It's more just I have a zero tolerance policy for people that are impolite in that regard. If only you knew half the stuff that we do. Yeah, like where was that line? What I'm calling them now. That. The Gremlin arc. I know.
The bug, if everything is to really a pet, it really comes down to how committed the gremlin is to the act, I guess.
It's the only exception being the gremlin that is the one making the clothes.
What are you guys doing out there?
That line, though, what are you guys doing out there? Says, why can't I pick gremlin size for making clothes with the only exception being the gremlin that is the one making the clothes?
What are you guys doing out there?
I laugh way too quickly in there, but just, what are you guys doing might work. See what I can do with that. The intent, the fact that, like, I am of the opinion that gremlins should be just, like, eternally busted and not work properly and fuck with other game mechanics in ways that mess with the game, because it's the most gremlin-like activity you could possibly have a gremlin do. Also, the humans are here. But, like, that's my take, is, like, I personally believe that we should... I need that as a notification. I was thinking maybe a sub sound, because on Patreon, I have sound commands that can make the things like, I don't know, that. But it's for $7 a month patrons and tier 2 Twitch subs, I give them access to a bunch of different sound commands. So I'd probably add it to that rather than a notification. Much prefer that over notifications. Just, what are you doing? Exclamation, what are you guys doing? Could work pretty nicely, I think. But also good wins to everybody who won. Well done. What? Maybe not what. I don't know. Think about it later. Whenever I set these things up on stream, they break, so. You're way behind in live time. Oh, no. Yeah, like that one. That one's a classic. I think that was from the first time I had Turn on the stream in early 2020. Was that like June 2020 or something? It was like right after I got out of hospital. Actually, yeah, it would have been April. Yeah, because I was in hospital in May. Pretty sure it was like first week of June or something. Where we learned about how they 100 sub gift? What? No one gifted 100 subs. What are you talking about? But yeah, no, way back then was when Tarn was on the first time, and he did the kobold sound. As like maybe a 1% of kobolds. A 1% of kobolds? Oh, like there's a huge kobold population or a tiny kobold population? I've always wanted to see a kobold deity. I've never seen a kobold deity. Like a legendary kobold figure that's worshipped as a deity. Okay, tiny percent population of kobolds. One of the more recent worlds that I generated actually had a kobold necromancer tower. I was very proud of them. They took over it. It was like destroyed by some humans in history, and then the kobolds kind of took over and, you know, won. I was very proud of them. Must adopt additional kobolds. I like kobolds. My other fort in the good biome that I have as part of the Plank of Nations that I've been running, has this one kobold named Glinkus that tries to steal stuff from me every year and always runs away. Trying to get rid of some of my foodstuffs, trying to get rid of some of my spare clothing, trying to get rid of some of this. We're just trying to sell stuff to humans right now. Oh, what are you doing? Oh, maybe. I don't know, but like, no one would ever get that. I mean, somebody gifts 100 subs in this channel maybe once or twice a year. With the exception of Navy being nuts recently, but... Ran a DF game with a Kobold Fort mod where they worshipped a god called Untini. Okay. Praise Untini? That sounds like Utini. Utini! Because everything the Jawas in the Jawa Fortress mod, the human war is over? No. The human war will be over when they run out of humans to send me. There is no end. We're trading with the other human faction. There's 2. Actually, I think there's 3, but... No, this isn't the Confederacy of Sport. This is the Realms of Stone. The other human fort faction. That still bring us tribute and still trade with us. Maybe we'll kill them too eventually. Need to take a real quick restroom break. I've been live for 5 hours without a break. I will be back momentarily.
Bring out your dead!
Boo! You suck!
Boo yourself. You can almost taste the cheese. It looks so good.
Cheese for everyone!
I gotta say, Cooler's art's pretty fucking good. God damn it. Cooler's art is in fact really fucking good. These humans must be ecstatic because they're getting sold large armor that I haven't melted yet and large clothing. Should we tell them that we had to kill the humans who were wearing them? I don't think they'll mind. And look at all this. This is all large clothing. Is moon cheese like moon logic? 28 seconds behind. What's with the massive delay, dude? Also, with that twit aside, that the please don't gift me subs person, what I do have to say though is thank you everybody for being kind of a rad little community. Thanks for helping keep this stream funded and for sticking around and watching and tuning in every single day. Humans fight each other anyway, so I don't think they'd care that much. Yeah, true. They also have legal murder if no one catches you. That's literally how their legal system works. Murder's legal if no one sees you. Must refill coffee. Go with God. Coffins also need to be refilled. Need coffee and coffins. And Stone, if you're lurking, we are in early summer. So in about 30 minutes here, we're going to have paperwork. But stream plan for today, probably, because we're at about 5 hours into the stream. I'm thinking we do another 3 hours of Dwarfs. 2 to 3 hours of Dwarfs. Then there's a game that I kind of want to try streaming to see if you guys are into it. Called Space Bandit, which is kind of like, plays kind of like Hotline Miami in space. But like it's a run-based game. Then I want to play some more Cheese Runner, because gotta run the cheese. We'll do that for a little bit in the evening, and then we'll do the normal music stuff to end off the stream this evening. So that's kind of the plan for the next 7 hours of stream. For reference to anybody who hasn't been here in a while, just because I know that like Varchu hasn't been here in a while, my stream schedule's changed in the last few months. I stream 8 or like let's just say 12 to 16 hours, 3 days a week: Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. So Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday, I stream way too long. And the reason I do it that way is so that I can actually, genuinely have time off to relax and chill. And it's really nice doing that. Although when Premium Dwarf Fortress comes out, we're going to go back to 6 days a week for a little bit. Well, Warren, about furniture, do you have to manually replace them, or will dwarves figure out? Nope, you have to manually replace them. Dwarves aren't that smart. Also, like, furniture, you have to remember, it takes 400 years for furniture to actually fall apart and cease being functional. So you have to keep in mind that it takes so long that most people don't even know it's a mechanic, let alone the game compensating for that. So unless you're planning on keeping a fort alive for 200 plus years, you're not gonna have an issue. I mean, I'm gonna have bins and cages start turning to dust soon, which is gonna be exciting. To the point where, like, I should actually be paying attention to these cages over here. So I got a couple wooden ones like this one. Okay, that one's fine. But, like, I have some wooden cages with, like, minotaurs in them. And it's like, well, there is a point where that might become a problem. But for now, it's fine. I didn't even know that you played Dwarf Fortress, Rolf. But that's sad. Tried streaming the other day. I was like 1 hour playing Osu, and you're not an Osu player, and you had 2 views, and someone was talking to you in chat, and then you got tired and bailed. Oh, like versus me streaming for 14 hours? You need to like realize that I'm a professional and I've been doing this for literally a decade. I mean, I could. Well, what I actually need to do is at some point I need to find the inspiration to like redo parts of this maze, but that day is not today. I don't always do 16 hours. Actually, if you go look at my recent streams, they're generally around 12 to 13, 13 and a half tops. Which, think about it this way. If you work an 8-hour-a-day job with a 30-minute lunch break that is not counted in your 8-hour day, which is pretty common, at least here. So you work 8.5 hours a day, right? Plus 2 15-minute lunch breaks, and let's say that those are also not counted or paid, so you actually work 8 hours and 45 minutes a day, which is my old job situation, which is pretty common. Then you add on, let's be generous and say an hour-long, a 45-minute commute on each way, right? Suddenly, you're working as long as I am streaming 13 hours a day, or 14 hours. But I only do it 3 days a week. And you're doing it 5 days a week. Started about 2 weeks ago, apart from looking into it a few times over the last 10 years. Okay, fair enough. Well, if you need help with anything, shout at me. I just kind of always assumed that you played RimWorld, but sounds like the exposure's helping. Dwarf Fortress is truly a good sipping coffee game, though, because it kind of automates itself at points. Like right now, we're literally just trading shit, which is just sit here and wait for the dwarves to bring stuff to the humans. Although currently it looks like we've brought everything that I have marked, so I need to mark more stuff. Actually, let's just quickly trade first. Let's bring over here. Do this. $25 hours per week? That's not too bad. It's a good part-timer. Yeah, I usually stream between 32 and about 40 hours a week in the 3 days. And then over my weekend, I edit a podcast, which !podcast if you want to hear that, which goes up every Sunday. I don't always edit the podcast. One of the other teammates sometimes edits it. Sometimes Arch edits. Then I usually have a day where I edit something Dwarf Fortress related for YouTube. I usually have a day where I play a bunch of small games and put up short impressions videos for YouTube, which sometimes do well and sometimes nobody watches them and it's fine. Sometimes if I'm in the process of planning one, I will try and communicate with developers for either keys or streams. I do all my email stuff. I do invoicing stuff. Monday, I do a 2-hour stream, which is a paid gig, which Hyperstrange, which is the publisher of Jupiter Hell, pays me to do. So I show up on their channel, which is Hyperstrange TV, for 2 hours every Monday, and play Jupiter Hell for 2 hours. Which is mostly just like very granular instructional streaming of how to play that game. And that's usually that's pretty much about it. So it's like I end up doing maybe 4 hours of work on the Sunday, a few hours of work on the Monday, a few hours of work on the Saturday and I record a podcast on Friday, unless I'm going camping, which I've been doing a lot recently because it's summer. So I will then record and edit podcast and schedule podcast on Friday, camp for one night from Saturday into Sunday or Friday into Saturday, and then do more editing and recording stuff on Monday. But this way I actually get a day or two off a week where I don't do anything content related, which has been really nice. It's been working wonders. You're on trial and error with Dwarf Fort? Gotcha. Yeah, Dwarf Fortress is a very trial and error game. That makes sense to me. Gives me time to go dumpster diving for old audio gear. Phone just vibrate. Apparently I missed a call at some point. Didn't even hear it ring. It's literally set to vibrate, so I felt that. Slow and steady goes the DF learning. Yeah, no, totally. Yeah, that's certainly how it goes. I don't know what that is. Hold up. After a real quick look-see, I don't know if I'd play this. I mean, maybe. It seems chill. It's not something that immediately jumps out at me, if this is what you're referring to. I'm not sure what the game is. But maybe? I don't know. The theme isn't something that's grabbing me, though. It's loosely based off of real-life events. What, the Northwest Passage? That's kind of what it looks like. I was forcibly educated on a lot of that stuff when I was younger. Okay. Yeah, no, like I said, I Northwest Passage stuff. Yeah, I was forcibly educated on a lot of that. Trying to build a tower where strange mist occasionally came by. Ah, so you're in a hunted biome. Yeah, no, I mean, that's going to make things hard. Haunted biomes are rough, shall we say. If you've got strange mists eating your dwarves, you got problems. But I could see why that would be an error. But I don't know. Maybe it's not something that I'd be against trying or anything. But I tend to stick to pretty weirdly specific things. I have nothing against that game, but nothing about it particularly grabs me. So I'd need to do more research on it. I'd need to do more research. The one that I've been debating recently, if I want to cover it, is what is even the name of it? Beneath the Mountain. Yeah, this thing. I've been debating as to whether or not I want to try this. because this is out in like a month. It's like I've had them email me a couple of times being like, you like dwarves, you might like this, and I'm like, I look at it, I'm like, I don't know, guys. I don't know. Maybe. Beneath the Mountain? Wait, oh, have you played the demo? And then there's this thing that I've had people tell me to play. Or try to play. That apparently people are interested in. Visually, this thing looks like a mess. This thing is interesting, though, because it's called King of the Dwarves, Underground City Builder. It used to be called King Under the Mountain. But this game changed their name because there's also King Under the Mountain. Which apparently this thing's development is starting up again because they stopped because the dev is very much like hobbyist and has no money and like works on this thing on his weekends. Released the game, patched it once, and then just stopped updating it. Nothing beats DF, dude. And basically has like put out a news post recently saying, "Hey, thanks for your continued patience." They've got a publisher apparently, so that's cool. They're now working with a publisher. They just haven't said who. So once he gets his publisher, he'll be able to work on the game full time, which will actually help the development of it. After all, it's just a hole in the ground. It's often for the best, you know? Just abandon your hole. Because remember, the dwarves can always make more holes. Let's replace all these beds. Bunk. 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 Boop, boop. Boop. And there we go. Let's remove those beds. Yeah, fair enough. Appreciate the suggestion. Yeah, I don't know. There's just like games that are like Dwarf Fortress right now are just in such a weird spot. Because imagine spending a couple of years developing a game that's like, well, this game is going to be like Dwarf Fortress. So if you've played Dwarf Fortress, you kind of know what you're in for, right? And then, or maybe you want to try playing Dwarf Fortress, but you're too afraid to, or like you're too intimidated by Dwarf Fortress. And now suddenly like that entire market of games is like under threat because actual Dwarf Fortress is just gonna be Dwarf Fortress, but playable. And so all of those people that are making games that are like Dwarf Fortress are like suddenly trying to like be like, no, I'm not just like Dwarf Fortress. We're different in this way. It's kind of like, you thought about trying that? I looked at the feature list for Going Medieval and watched some gameplay, and it's like Going Medieval is RimWorld that's 3D with Z levels. With like a tenth of the features that RimWorld has and extremely simple AI. If you want to build cool castles, Going Medieval seems like a really cool game. But if you actually want to play it like a RimWorld or a Dwarf Fortress, you'll find it rather lackluster from what I've seen and what I've been told by people who've played a bunch of it. DF is playable, my dude. Right now. Yeah, not familiar with that YouTuber. Huh. Well, that's cool. I mean, there's a few YouTubers who started to make games. I mean, like Jesse Cox as an example has made like, what, 4? Or produced like 4? The Monster Prom games are all Jesse Cox joints. Who you might know from being friends with Total Biscuit. Yeah, these awesome guys is Jesse Cox's publisher, these people. Which put out Move or Die, Monster Prom, Whatever that is. Hey, Woolgarden. Oh yeah, that ban got lifted a while ago. Kaladar. The Australian ban for RimWorld didn't last very long. It was only banned temporarily because they were working on a console port, which is out now. But the console port needed a I think it's rated M for cartoon violence, which is strange as fuck. Australia likes to ban things like, yeah, no. I mean, Dwarf Fortress won't get banned in any regions because Dwarf Fortress isn't getting a console port, so they don't need to be rated, so it's not an issue, but... I mean, I will never forget the first time... What? Oh, I see, it's humans leaving. Never mind, that's fine. I will never forget the first time that I saw Left 4 Dead, but the Australian version footage of it. Because Left 4 Dead released in Australia, but it has no blood. Which is very weird. It's weird seeing Left 4 Dead without the blood. It's really weird. It's just like the old Wolfenstein games, where in Germany, like, yeah, you can play Wolfenstein, but instead of shooting Nazis, you shoot robots. For some reason. I actually was watching Total Biscuit videos relatively recently. They're still entertaining. I really like his old mailbox episodes. Kind of makes me want to make an email account specifically for like emails, and then like from an audience, and then answer emails. Just general questions. I think that would be fun. It didn't for a period of time. I think that's been changed, though, Virtue. I think. I could be wrong. But yeah, no, I mean, largely the reason I make content on Twitch and stream and make YouTube videos is because I enjoyed watching TV, so... As non-Gore Gibbs, and honestly, it's funnier that way. Fair enough. I always felt like that was something that Overwatch was missing. It's like, I want them to explode into bits and chunks to go everywhere, but turns out, nope. Or is there a set number of monsters down there? Dwarf Fortress doesn't have... Okay, so you need... In order to understand how the caverns work in Dwarf Fortress, you need to understand how Dwarf Fortress works. Dwarf Fortress has a limited population for everything in every world. This includes cave spiders, which are literally invisible to the player 90% of the time, because they're like the size of an ant. All the way up to forgotten beasts and cave monsters and various other nasties that you'll run into in the caverns, right? There is a limited number of everything in every world, and there is ways to check how many things you have. So it depends on where you are in the world. You might break into a super active cavern, and there's Crundles and Troglodytes and Gremlins and the occasional cave dragon everywhere. You might break into really quiet caverns where you see one forgotten beast once, and that's it. You might get attacked 15 times a year. You might get attacked once. Dwarf Fortress doesn't work like other games where there's like a set amount of enemies. It's what happens to be in the general region of the world you're playing in. Like, there's almost nothing in my caves now because everything's dead in this world. Like, literally there hasn't... Well, I mean, occasionally like a giant rat or a naked Moldog. Like, there's some naked Moldogs down here in these caverns. There's like the occasional big thing. But generally... Oh yeah, there's this forgotten beast that's been here for like hundreds of years. But generally, like, they don't move. Like, they they will eventually deplete. And that goes for literally everything. Wait, what? This is a PC Gamer headline. After admitting their MMO sucks, developer reworks the entire game. Lost Oasis replaces its mobile forts with static bases, and now it's focused on PvE rather than PvP. That's a strange headline. Thought that game had server problems, not that the game was bad. Also, wasn't the mobile bases the cool part of that game? Huh. Strange. You need to kill those emus for you, please? No, they lay me eggs. We cook the eggs. They're literally domestic, dude. I have a whole bunch of, like, domestic emus. Besides, haven't you seen the viral emu sensation? Hold on, let me go. Grab this. There, have fun, laughing your ass off. Do you have domestic cave spiders? You can't tame cave spiders. You could theoretically tame giant cave spiders, but I've only seen one, and it left the map pretty quick. Like, you're just like, Emmanuel! I mean, I got pecked in the back of the head by an emu once. Was owned by a family friend, and I was a small child. I have this memory of just like walking through their field and then donk in the back of my head, and then stop it, and then smack sound when they hit the emu behind me. But yeah, I had an emu walk up behind me and peck me in the back of the head and knock me over. But you know, everybody needs to remember, Emmanuel, don't do it. It's literally the only thing that's come out of TikTok in the past year that's made me happy. Granted, I watch it all on Twitter instead of TikTok, but... Just cold called you? Did they at least send you a cold cut combo with that cold call? Yeah, that's why I don't like horses, because I had a horse do that to me too. Maybe it was a were emu. It was a emu twisted into emu form. It was a were emu. It's crazed for human flesh. And its eyes glow sepia? I don't know. I don't think Stone's here today. So I'm gonna be screenshotting the new stuff. Its eyes glow emu. Yes, the color emu. No, I'm imagining that they did the Kia thing where they just disassembled his car. What, the Emmanuel don't do it thing? Diamond? I don't think it's staged, but like if you've ever been around like a bunch of tame animals like that, they just kind of fuck around, and I think it's more just like clever choice of shots to use for the videos to capture good moments. That would be my assumption. And also like petting zoo style animals like that tend to be very chill and also rather affectionate. So like there's one whole video where she's like trying to explain something about one of her cows, and then like this goat is just chewing on her arm the whole time. Goats just do that. Like that's not set up. Like that's just a goat being a goat. Like that's just what goats do. So to me it's like that just kind of that's just a goat being a goat. You're on the bush and 8 of them decided to cross the road, but stopped lined up and you were going under the speed limit. Still hit 3 and totaled your car. So you totaled your car. The emus were just chilling and standing there. And the goats butt you in the side of the knee when you don't watch them? Yep. Yeah, they headbutt you. They bonk you and try and break your knees. They give you the sudden boop. Now imagine a gremlin at that farm. I mean, I can't because gremlins aren't real, but go on. I mean, that's like saying, I ran over a family of raccoons and it's the raccoons' fault. Think about that for a second. It's like the guy that hit a bear on his motorcycle here a couple years ago. The bear was fine, by the way. He wasn't. He was in hospital and damn near died. This is like people who like make fun of, who like call pigeons assholes for pooping. It's like, it's not their fault they have bodily functions and we've destroyed their natural habitat. Fair enough, Frog. But I don't know, if you hit a wild animal with your car, that's your fault. You can't blame wild animals for just being wild animals. That house ran right in front of me, right? Yeah, no, it's literally, it's that thing. I mean, like, we have bears here all the time, and they cross roads all the time. Nobody hits them. I was stuck in a traffic jam in an Uber, not this weekend, but the weekend before, trying to get back into downtown because we took too long to get down the mountain and didn't want to take public transit because it was the difference between a 20-minute Uber or a 40-minute public transit ride. So we took the Uber, and we got stuck in traffic because there was a bear crossing the road. It's just how the world works. Now, I understand that you're probably stating that it was a blind corner. I'm just going to give you the benefit of the doubt that it was a blind corner, and you obviously didn't see them, and that sucks that you were in an accident, and it sucks that they totaled your car. But if you're driving in Australia on blind corners, you should be going slow. Then you were going too fast. If there was no stopping it because you saw those emus, you were going too fast. But this is a me and my fuck cars brain arguing against cars, and you with your fuck emus brain arguing against emus, and me going, well, wild animals are stupid, so assume that they're stupid and assume that they'll be everywhere. What if it was a person standing there? Like a human being? And you came around the corner, would that be your fault? What if it was a human being picking up a turtle that was flipped upside down in the middle of the road, and you came around the corner and you smacked into that human? Would that be the human's fault or your fault? As somebody who got hit on a blind corner once, Farana, and I don't run on roads anymore because of it, yes. Should always go slow on blind corners. Because he might hit me while I'm running. Back's never been the same since. We have annual tributes from the humans that don't invade us. That pilot guy. Ha! Yeah, pretty much, because he's a pilot, get it? But I don't know. I mean, that's just going to be my ongoing argument, so. What if it was literally Jesus standing there performing a miracle and you killed God? Frankly, if they killed Jesus because they were speeding around a corner, that might do everybody a service at this point. Actually, I saw a tweet from the @God account. I don't know if you've ever seen the @God account, but it's a very amusing, like, satirical God account on Twitter. It's millions of followers. But they quote tweeted a question, which was, "What ruined your job for you?" And the person who runs this God account quote tweeted it, "My fans." I laughed so hard yesterday. I saw that. It's like, what ruined your job for you? My fans. Christianity and their toxic fan base. Believe me. Then you were at fault. All right, I would say same logic applies there. But, you know, whatever. This is a losing battle for me versus somebody who's very insistent that them crashing their car into something else is the other thing that they hit's fault. Emu just makes it an easy argument because it's kind of funny. Still sucks, don't get me wrong, but also kind of funny. Like, I wouldn't wish that on anybody. Or any emu, for that matter. Wow, there's a bunch of spiderwebs over there? Hold the fucking phone, what? Well, maybe we just picked it all up. So, there's a video that I love to show people of Kias, right? The bird Kias. I'm going to show you a video of a bunch of Kias totaling a car. Actually, I found another one that I've never seen before. Where's the one that I'm looking? This is the one that I'm looking for. So this is a 10-minute video of a bunch of Kias dismantling this car. By the end of the video, they've like removed many parts of it, and they start digging into the ceiling on the sides. By the end of the video, like, cars in shambles, right? There's many videos of Kias doing this. There's a video of them unscrewing doors from a Jeep. And a bunch of Kia. I don't think this is a Kia. It might be. I'm not sure what model of car this is, but there is many videos of them doing this. Here's a supercut video of them on the outside of this person's car, like ripping stuff off of it. This is birds totaling a car, right? This is birds damaging a car. You hitting the bird is not the bird damaging the car. That's you damaging the bird. I mean, this is the classic. Thanks, Animal Planet. Just like ripping out headlights and shit. Pulling off gas caps. Deflating tires. All that shit. Yeah, no, they're a bunch of destructive assholes. So, that's what my brain said. When Virtue said, emus destroyed their car. That's the image I had in my head, okay? I was like, wow, I didn't think that emus would do that. Turns out, You've seen birds try to land on moving semis? I mean, I saw Trinity do that in The Matrix. Why can't a bird do that? I mean, The Matrix is a documentary, so. Your image is the Kia flying with with my goddamn wheelbarrow. Yes. Was it at least like a lead wheelbarrow? You know, something nice and light for them to easily carry off. I mean, the classic one is them flying off with your starter anvil, right? They just come down, they pick up your anvil, and they fly away with it, and you're like, no! Or like, Kia has stolen an anvil, and then new players like, how do I get a new anvil? And everybody's like, lol. For whatever it's worth, Virtue, my take is not going to change. You know? Like my opinion, my statements are not going to change. But all in good fun. You hit those poor emus in cold blood. It's emu slaughter. That's the closest I can come up with. That's not manslaughter. Those emus should sue you. We should give these emus legal representation so that you in fact hit the emu. It was a gang attack. There was self-defense. I had to run over the burbs. Wait, having to run over the burbs. Now that would just be like the suburbs. I don't know if I'd go that far, Orange, but depends on how delicious they are. New player, Kia. Chat after seeing stream, pretty much. I mean, I once started a fort and then like 15 gray langurs ran in off the side of the map and stole 2 picks, an axe, and my anvil, and a bunch of food and most of my booze. And it was like, well, I have an axe. Was all I had left because I only had 2 pickaxes for that fort. I was like, well, I have no picks. I guess we're just wait. I can chop down trees and build huts out of wood until the first dwarf traders arrive. Brilliant. No, it was fine. I made a trading depot out of wood and made spiky wooden balls and then traded the balls for 2 picks and an anvil. The traders have to have anvils. It's a mechanical requirement. They always have at least one, even if you don't ask for them. Even if they don't have access to the materials, they always have at least one anvil. Well, I mean, there are certain types of animals that can legally get representation. Like, if we're talking like seriously about like animals having lawyers, Diamond, endangered animals have lawyers. Like, it could be a fish and wildlife job to go to court for certain types of animals if it affects them heavily. Yeah, like chimpanzees and various types of apes have legal representation. So like, if there's a construction project that, let's just say, is going to knock down a bunch of rainforest, you have to speak to Fish and Wildlife's lawyer that speaks on behalf of specific species that might be affected by that construction. So I don't think emus do, because emus are like not exactly endangered or anything. But like, I don't know. What's in it? Tigers have legal representation in every country. Wait, except for maybe like China. I don't know. China doesn't give no fucks. They probably do. I don't know. PETA will gladly represent every other animal. Hey, you know, so the PETA protesters here are special. right? Yeah, that's a weird. That story is creepy. I read those articles, Kaladar. That thing's creepy, in kind of a good way. Like, I kind of want one. Can we also can it have like a cute lady hologram alongside it? I just want that thing from Blade Runner. That's what I just want, like a life-size hologram lady that talks to me. Then I don't ever need to go outside again. Anyway, my desires aside, what was I talking about? Good evening, Mind. It's good to see you. Right, yes, PETA. So the nice thing about PETA is that here in Vancouver, they have a very special protest that they like to do in the middle of the summer, where they take all of their clothes off and walk around butt-ass naked in the middle of the street with signs that say, "Animals have skin too." Right next to the hot dog stalls. The number of times in this summer I've been on my way to a concert, so I'm wearing some metal band shirt or something, like maybe more obscene than this ginger shirt that I have on right now, right? Which is just like, but like, I'll have some sort of like metal band shirt on, and I'll be like, right, hot dogs, and then you get to eat hot dogs next to a row of naked people. It's just like, there's something about it that's just kind of funny. I don't know. It's most of them are attractive young people too, so I ain't even complaining. It's just there's a line of naked people in the middle of the street. All right, keep walking. So I don't mind PETA as long as they don't try to blow shit up. They're fine generally. They're less obnoxious than the other protests we have here. As long as like your protesting doesn't like directly attack or insult or degrade other people in public, I protest whatever the fuck you want. Do not care. Oh, trust me, PETA's not a great organization. I'm not advocating for PETA in the slightest. I just think it's hilarious that they like to walk around in Vancouver with no clothes on. Audio, what up? Although, to be true, the last time I saw PETA actually was at TwitchCon in 2019.
Clap.
Thanks for the $10 or $9.76, mind. Here's dude. The last time I encountered PETA was at TwitchCon, and they were holding signs, or not signs, they were holding TV screens. They were wearing like all black, like motorcycle garb essentially, all made out of cotton, and they were all holding TV screens that were just showing footage of pigs getting slaughtered right in front of this like row of hot dog stands. And I ate at those hot dog stands like 4 or 5 times over that convention. It was just this row of hot dog stands. It was like, oh, hot dog stands. Pigs getting slaughtered. I'll take a $3 hot dog. For journalism? I mean, just pull out your phone. You'd be like everybody else on the street. We were watching a protest in the city, and the guy was like, "I'm hungry," and walked off and came back handing out hamburgers from Burger King. For PETA? Were they at least like the Beyond Meat one? Because Burger King has a Beyond Meat burger. I mean, it's kind of funny because like, I'm very much like an advocate for like animal welfare, and I don't think we should be eating anywhere as much meat as the average person does. And I'm very much I mostly eat vegan. But at the same time, like everything PETA does just makes my eyes roll. There's a volcano on its way to erupt in Iceland again. I've been seeing some live streams popping up, but I haven't seen anything particularly explosive. If there's live streams and it starts getting poppy, do yell at me on Discord or something. Or like tweet me, or I don't know, pop into my chat and tell me, or however you have access these days. I forget who's on Discord, and I know you're not. But anyway. So far just smoke? Well, when you see red stuff, shout. Today was a good day. Demonstration of prototype system to potential customer went well. Right. Also, in regards to that thing that you DM'd me, Audio, you're allowed to talk about that stuff on Twitch. You're just not allowed to tell people how to do it. It's like, I could talk about emulation on Twitch. I just can't tell you how to emulate a game. And I can't show how to emulate a game on Twitch. But I can talk about game emulation. If it gets poppy, let me know. I mean, I like poppy things, my dude. Come on. You know, it's the classic line from Star Wars where Han Solo says, "Don't get poppy!" He actually says cocky, but, you know. Wonder why emulation isn't allowed? Because Nintendo is a bunch of dipshits? It's not that it isn't allowed, it's you're not allowed to advocate for the theft of goods. And emulation is a weird-ass gray area. So, like, I could build a Mister on the stream and use a Mister to emulate games that I have dumped myself from cartridges that I own. But if I use a Mister and then show me loading ROMs that I downloaded from a website just now onto a multi-cart and playing on the multi-cart with the Mister or any other FPGA device, that's bad. Does that make sense? So if you own a legal copy of that ROM, you can talk about whatever you want on Twitch. But that's where the gray area becomes. So for me, if I'm not dumping my own ROMs, I can't show you what website to download the ROM from and then download it on stream and then play it in Dolphin. Does that make sense? That's the difference. It's like, I can't show you how to steal things on stream. It's the same reason I can't do a stream of me torrenting music. So, you know. But emulation as a thing is totally fine on Twitch. Showing how to emulate things and where to acquire the ROMs to emulate the thing is bad. Doesn't stop people. And it would need somebody to report me, but... Yes, but how many Japanese record labels are actively watching a dude in the States play an arcade machine? Especially, like, if you stream for 2 hours and don't archive your streams. Like, you're fine. But that's all I'm saying. That's just my 2 cents. Making it is bad? Well, it's just like it's perfectly legal to eat magic mushrooms in Canada. It's perfectly legal to sell in a store on the side of the street right next to a McDonald's. It's perfectly legal to sell magic mushrooms as long as you're like legal age. As long as you're 19. You can buy magic mushrooms in a store from a person and take them on their sofa and then play their arcade machines, which is a lot of fun, by the way. But it's illegal to pick them. Also, check out these beds. So those beds were ripped out of the bedroom. The beds are so far degraded, they automatically put them in the refuse pile. Oh, that's funny. All right, let's just reallow these beds. Wait, hold up. When can you visit? Get on a plane and we can hang out, Virtue. I could have mushrooms delivered to my house in 2 hours. Actually, probably less. Hold up. Do they have them in quick order? Um. Yeah, I could get dry psilocybin. Or no, I could get fresh psilocybin mushrooms in 45 minutes. I could get dry. I could get chocolates baked with psilocybin. They have 4 different varieties of fresh mushrooms right now. I can't show this on stream, obviously. They have gummies. They have chocolates. They have a tincture. I don't know how well that works. Your brain's all fucky? It might unfucky your brain. But it might also overfucky your brain, so. But anyway, Canada's a weird country. The only thing that's illegal to do with mushrooms is pick them. So just don't let a cop see you pick a mushroom and you're good. Woof. That sucks, mind. Hope you get well soon, dude. Oh, more baby emus. This is the pilot guy speaking. Today we will not crash. Our goal destination is active Volcano Island. Wait, what? That is indeed fucky. The green stuff oil. What is it? THC oil? CBD oil? Unknown cannabinoid? What is it? Because I'd be really curious to know what the Aussie equivalent of like green oil is. Canada is a modern country that operates as a unit, so when something is legal, it's legalized everywhere. Canada has recreational legal marijuana everywhere in Canada. We're not like the States where we're actually like 50 some odd tiny ass countries that all like to operate differently. Which makes things really fucking complicated. So, although it did take Quebec a little... Actually, no, Canada's 2 countries that operate as one, which is Quebec and then the rest of Canada. Those must be really weak cannabinoids, then. Because they should work on you. They might not have positive effects, but... What about Newfoundland? Newfoundland's part of Canada. They're more part of Canada than Quebec is on a good day. Newfies are great. I ran into a Newfie girl at the bar relatively recently. She was over here because we have a very good paramedics program. And so she was out here training to be a paramedic for like 8 weeks or whatever. Fun conversation. There's an enzyme on some people that negates it? Yeah, but I will reiterate my previous statement. Those must be really weak cannabinoids. Because yes, some people will have lesser effects, but that or they're like putting no THC in them or something and they're just CBD, because CBD you can be completely immune to and have no effects from CBD. So which is why I was asking what the ingredients is in them, because you just said all cannabinoid edibles don't work on you, which leads me to go, okay, what's the ingredients? Because if it's just CBD, yeah, okay. That makes sense. But THC, that's impressive. We're into mid-autumn. The king wants 2 crutches and 3 picks. Iron, pick, 3. Crutch, wood, 2. Someone effed up the count and you don't know why? I'm just going to delete that and at them and say, please don't do that. Because that's just intentional. Because I know who that is. Yeah, because that's just rude. I know who that is, so I'm gonna ask them not to do that. You don't, Calidor? I mean, Dwarf Fortress, it's like typing. Do you stare at the keys on your keyboard when you're typing? Like, I'm not even looking at the screen, and let's, okay, B, C, W. Hold on. I need to be at the right place on the keyboard. B, C, W. Now I have a wall. Place somewhere. Let's see, workshops. B, workshop, carpenter shop? Yeah, like, let's say, magma forge? Like, I don't know. Like, I don't look at the hotkeys at all. When you play enough of a game like this, you just, you know? What? Diamond? It's your cousin that is a ass. Can you try that sentence again? Oh, was that my cousin doing that? Because, yeah, my cousin did kill the count once, and I removed it. No, that's not him. My cousin's a good old boy. He ain't no weeb. I don't think he's ever heard of an anime. That's probably not true, but... Also, he's too busy trying to sell NFTs to, my cousin is too busy trying to sell NFTs to, be bothered with my Discord. Sleepy times for Haas. Haas, thank you very much for showing your face here. It's good to have you around. Take care of yourself. Yeah, I feel real bad about that one because my cousin streamed for about 2 years, and I rated him like twice a week and like helped him out a whole bunch, and then he just like took the tiny Twitter following he had and started like vanished off of Twitch and got very heavily invested into NFTs at the beginning of this year. Anyway, I hope it worked out for him because he's my cousin, but also Schadenfreude. I feel like he got. Did you ever watch my cousin's streams? I remember watching his stream where like me and 2 of his audience members explained to him what NFTs were because he didn't know in like 2021 or so. But if you are heavily into DF, or not DF, into NFTs, you basically can't talk about it on Twitch because trying to sell NFTs through your chat is considered a scam by Twitch. Unlike the what do you call it? Thank you very much for the 9 pennies, by the way, Hazaza. Unlike the legality surrounding emulation and the weirdness of hacking and the record labels and all that jazz, that's very cut and dry. You are not allowed to link to the sale of NFTs. You're allowed to show NFTs. You're not allowed to link to the sale of them. So basically everybody who's into NFTs drops off of Twitch real quick. Like there's a couple pretty big streamers on Twitch that actually did really well with NFTs, and a couple of them have quit. There's one person who I won't name who went on a Twitter tirade relatively recently, basically stating they're just like, yeah, I've quit streaming on Twitch because I made more money in 3 months of trading Bored Apes than I did in a 10-year career streaming on Twitch. And I was like, is that your only goal? To make a lot of money? I guess it must be. For 9 cents? What is this? 19 like 01? I wonder if you could pay a whole month's food budget with 9 cents in 1901. You know, I've always stated this, and this has always been kind of my take on this subject, Piranha. If I wanted to make lots of money, I wouldn't be playing video games on the internet. The fact that I make enough money to live is kind of a fucking miracle as far as I'm concerned. Like, that's already, like, shocking to me. Choice of game doesn't help much, but... No, not really. The concept of NFTs, it's like an immortal or an undeletable internet receipt, but it's a tradable internet receipt. It's kind of like the equivalent of buying an expensive baseball card. If other people think it has value, that they're willing to pay for it, it has value. If people don't think it has value and they aren't willing to pay for it, it has no value. The value of NFTs is purely based on what people are willing to pay for it. So, in concept, it's sound, but in practice, it turns into the art industry. Except, unlike the art industry, you don't get a piece of art to put on your wall. Like, I own 2 pieces of art. One of them was my aunt, one of them was a different artist who I'm not going to mention, because it's a personal friend. Both of those were given to me. Both of those artists have sold pieces at art exhibits for upwards of $1,000. Those pieces have value. But to me, those pieces will always have more sentimental and personal value than any fucking PNG. Actually, it's a pretty straightforward... When it comes to money laundering, Twixhound? Is that how you say that? When it comes to money laundering, I would actually say NFTs are a pretty fucking straightforward, easy way of money laundering. I wouldn't say it's a complicated way to launder money, but laundering money is complicated, and NFTs is just a really easy way to launder money. Speaking of money laundering, it's nothing compared to the Twitch money laundering that was going on. Even I got emails about that shit, where they're just like, hey, we will pay you like $10,000 a month. And of that $10,000 a month, you get to keep $2,000 of it. And the rest of it gets transferred into this other bank account the second it hits your bank account, comprende? And I was like, how the fuck no? And they were like, okay. And then they never emailed me again. There's a lot of money laundering going on Twitch for a minute there. Wait, is Kavish married to Kavish? That's kind of funny. They both have the same name. Let's give you metalsmithing. Give you a little bit more varied life. The person who knows the least ends up with the longest prison term. The person who knows what they're doing doesn't get a prison term. Did Twitch/PayPal/Payment.co crack down on this sort of stuff ever? So it was primarily happening within the Turkish streaming community. A lot of streamers from Turkey got caught up in this stuff. And there was a massive wall of bans. Couple of months ago, something like 20 odd major Twitch partners got banned. Combine that with a good large handful of like nothing channels, like channels that had like 2-3 viewers that were making thousands of dollars a month. Well, I'm using a tile set, but I don't really count that as a mod. But aside from that, this is completely vanilla. Yeah. Although I can hit F12 and turn off that tile set because I'm sneaky, although it'll take a second. There it is. This is vanilla. And then I've customized the colors, but this is vanilla Dwarf Fortress. So, yeah, no, this is completely vanilla. like ASCII. Don't be mean. ASCII's nice. I use this tile set because chat. It's easier to explain what a lot of stuff is. But I actually quite like the ASCII. I think the ASCII is charming. But yeah, no, it was actually the streaming community that kind of pointed at it and was like, "Oi, this is bullshit." Audio. The Turkish streaming community, like a lot of bigger channels over there, literally put out big exposés, like just talking about this and started mass reporting it. And then Twitch was like, "Oi, oh, huh," and then they went and got rid of it. And they're like, "Sorry, we'll do better," like they usually do. But the thing is, like, Twitch gets like a 30 to 50% cut on all that stuff, right? So like, the real question is, did they actually care all that much? Anyway, would they have said anything if they, hadn't been informed of it? That sort of thing. Oh, that might be why your corp in Eve used to be a Turkish corp and sold out to an English allied corp? What, because they were they getting a weirdly large number of Plex purchased for them every so often and then selling a weirdly large number of Plex? Because on the topic of, like... On the topic of money laundering, that happens in Eve all the time, too. Hey, Tivo. No, we'll only self-regulate when we realize that the people are cheating are making more money than the people who aren't cheating. Before I joined, it used to be Turkish? Oh, maybe. I don't know. I know very little about EVE online groups, so... I'm just aware that that kind of money laundering happens in EVE. All right, well, we've got this whole thing completely cleaned out now. It also appears that all these cages have been filled. Meaning, we can get back to other things. Just make more Gabbro blocks. More Gabbro blocks. Yeah, I don't know how Eve works. I had a brief run-in with Eve. Oh, maybe 2009? Something like that. Played it for a month. Very brief. There we go, making clothing. The reason the Steam News update got you more and more hyped? Wait, what? Because they've been more frequent? Ah, right. Well, I mean, I don't need an explanation on how Eve works. But makes sense to me. I mean, the free version is still Dwarf Fortress, right? So everything is going to largely operate exactly like Dwarf Fortress. You want to play Steam or the classic Dwarf Fortress, the free one, with Space Fox tile set, you can do that. Nothing is stopping you. And you need to remember that. Like, all of those classic games are set and designed, or all of those classic tile sets are the same tile sets that will still work with modern thing. Like, they might need a couple extra sprites, but even then, like, you can still use them. So yeah, no, there's nothing stopping you from just taking DF Classic. Although DF Classic is going to be a superior version of the game for a while, because I assume it will still have adventure mode in it, unlike Premium. But, like, I need to confirm that. So it'll still have the old UI for adventure mode, but, like, you'll have adventure mode. So DF Classic with a tile set will actually be a superior game than versus the paid game. Yeah, of course you can. You can also change the colors and everything. And changing colors is going to be in an options menu now, Diamond. It's going to be in an options menu. Could you imagine that? I'm just, like, giddy about this. You'll be able to go into an options menu and change your colors without having to restart the game. Well aware of how Plex works, Piranha. No more. I no longer get to feel like Uber Haxer Nova. Here's the thing, though. You can, in fact, still be an Uber Haxer, because those text files will still be there, and you can still edit them. You can still restart your game if you want to. Because for those of you who haven't seen it yet, that's what DF Classic is going to look like. I mean, look at this shit. It's all this, it's the exact same new fancy fangled UI, but with clicky buttons and ASCII. So, I don't know. I'm excited for this. I think this shit's cool. Although apparently, like, all of the button icons are placeholder and are probably going to change. So, but, and like some text formatting is going to change, but for a 1 week mock-up, I am impressed about how quickly Tarn was able to get her done. And of course, I will put out a first impressions video of both Steam Dwarf Fortress and Classic DF. Time to sleep, too tired? Get some rest, dude. Are you, like, hanging in there, or are you, like, really sick? Because a fucking fever of 39 is brutal. But get well soon, man. Besides, all of you guys will get to play Dwarf Fortress with a mouse, and all of you guys need to know is that I already play Dwarf Fortress with a mouse. Not that kind of mouse. Doesn't feel too bad yet, just the fever? Gotcha. Well, I mean, because you said you're on day 4, right? Most of the time I hear when people get COVID, it's like, it's the first day they're fine, the second day sucks, the third and fourth and fifth day are the ones that are the bad ones, and then it's slowly improves from there. So maybe you're already past the worst of it if you've just got a heavy fever. Maybe you'll be like my aunt and uncle who got it in 2020 before any vaccines are out and like didn't even notice they had it, and the only symptom they had was like a runny nose, and they lost their sense of smell. But regardless, get well soon, dude. There will be a flag in the code for Classic and Steam to enable and disable Adventure Mode. And then the Steam version can switch to Classic so that you can... Yeah, I mean, I've been wondering this myself for a while. Like, will the Savvy be able to activate Adventure Mode within Premium before it's officially available? I do wonder about this. I do actively wonder about this. You're keen to find out what the Steam achievements would be? Yeah, I don't know. We don't really know much about that. I know there's been a lot of like ideas, threads, and stuff, but it's a lot of things like have a dwarf have a tantrum. You know, like make an artifact, kill a forgotten beast. I have a feeling they will be less exciting than we want them to be. Have an elf as your mayor. You know? Have a goblin as your mayor. Have a dwarf as your mayor. Have a mayor. Be the mountain home. Have the king. Have a queen. Have a baron. Trade with elves. Trade with humans. Yeah, I have a feeling they're going to be just simplistic, but... Oh yeah, no, totally. There will definitely be a hidden one, which is dig too deep. I don't know if that would be necessary, tweet chat. Also, hello. But I don't know. Corp used to use... you know, where's Rhinestone when I need him? Rhinestone is my friendly local recovering addict from EVE Online. And he has all these stories about having 15 accounts logged in concurrently, all sitting in a port because he was at war. And I just remember he'd be like, playing RuneScape. I'm like, why are you playing RuneScape? And he'd be like, I'm not playing RuneScape. I'm playing EVE Online. It's like, but it says that you're playing RuneScape. He goes, I know. It's like, well, what are you doing? Chopping down trees. So wait, why are you chopping down trees while playing EVE Online? Because I can't leave port. Why can't you leave port? Because I'm at war. What? Well, I can't leave port when I'm at war unless they tell me it's time to go fight, so... It's been 5 days. So I'm getting bored. It's like, oh, okay. This makes a lot of sense now. Speaking of EVE Online, you know who plays EVE Online? I don't think he plays very actively anymore, but Zach Adams plays EVE Online sometimes. Although mostly these days I've heard he just plays chess. So, yeah, no, I don't know. EVE Online sounds like a job, and I already have two. I don't need another one. In theory, I would love EVE Online, but EVE Online is one of those games that I just like to read about and not play. So whenever people in chat are like, I like to read about Dwarf Fortress, but not watch it or play it, I'm like, yeah, I get that. I like to read about EVE Online, but not watch it or play it. I think they were suggesting that as like a premium achievement and like download another person's world. One thing that I am planning on doing though, I can't decide if this should be a tip amount thing or just a channel points thing. Probably just a channel points thing because I'm not a monster. But something that I'm thinking about doing is having a channel points redemption, which forces ASCII on for 5 minutes. So we'll just be playing perfectly normal Dwarf Fortress, and then chat will just be like, ASCII, go! And I'll be like, well. And you guys get to look at this for the next few minutes. No, they're not required to have achievements. People just like them. It's also a pretty useful metric to figure out how deep into your game people get. Especially when there's like no built-in game tracking for, let's just say, metadata stuff. It's a pretty useful like default metric. So like, let's just say you make a platformer with 10 levels and you get an achievement for each level that you finish. You can very easily at a glance know what percentage of your player base finished the game. So like there are some uses for developers for having them, but no, they're not mandatory. I would be shocked if they did that. Partially because that would also require Steam to... It would require Tarn to be able to specifically mark the requirements for an achievement. So like something like an elf being a mayor would be really... I would think would be rather easy to just have an achievement unlock tag there. But a fluffy Wambler being thrown at, let's just say, a Bronze Colossus and killing it, I feel like that would be really difficult because that would be classified as in the game as a miscellaneous object. So maybe throwing a miscellaneous object at it, sure. But I don't know. At that point, you might also ask, why don't you have an achievement for throwing a lion at a lion and killing the lion with the lion that you threw at the lion? Speaking of lions throwing at lions, humans have invaded. Once again. The enemy have come and are, once again, laying siege to Longdeath, our glorious fortress. I'm going to jump up here, move all these and those. But yeah, the throwing a lion at a lion to kill the lion with the lion that you threw at the lion is definitely my favorite Dwarf Fortress thing. Much more so than the fluffy Wambler killing a Bronze Colossus, but... We need to slam this shut. Who's pulling the lever? Tygo's pulling the lever. There it is. Perfect. Cool. Pull that lever. They didn't bring any livestock this time. Last time they brought livestock. Although they haven't all spawned onto the map just yet. Yeah, I would see that as a very unlikely thing to have an achievement, but a child goes into a fell mood, I would say, is quite likely. You know? Or maybe just having a dwarf that goes into a fell mood. Yeah, they're like twice a year, which is why I'm doing no major construction projects now. Because every time I think about starting one, we get sieged. You know, I've never watched a single episode of Friends. I got unmatched by a girl on Tinder once for not seeing any friends. And got insulted when I stated that the only show that I've been watching recently is Star Trek. She called me a nerd. All right. So this time the cage traps are working properly, meaning most of these initial scouts won't need to be killed by my squads, and they'll probably be quite happy just tripping on my cage traps. Let's see. Thunk. Got one. Turns around, bumps into the drawbridge, and then turns around and then gets caught in a cage trap. Are they trying to path around? Oh, wow. Yeah, their initial pathing route is blocked because I closed the cage trap. So they're going to go back reporting to their commander saying, we need to find an alternate way around because they're trying to... Their spies have told them they need to go this way. Little did they know that they have faulty data. My experience in EVE Online was I was in the... I spawned into whatever their starting area was, and then I spent the next 10 days learning how to mine and transport stuff. Got a job working for some guys. And I spent, you know, maybe a week saving up to buy a little freighter thing. Can't remember anything about the details of it, though. Flew that freighter around, started flying back and forth. Found a little corp, like I said, that I joined, and they gave me 2 bodyguards, and we would go back and forth. And I was just mining and mining and mining, and it was a good time, and I was enjoying the mining. And then one day, I went out, and the 2 bodyguards that I had blew up my ship and stole all my stuff. And then I got booted from the group. I was like, this game kind of sucks. And then I kind of went around the process of like starting to rebuild. And I had this basic tiny little ship. I'm like, well, I still have some money. You know, I realized I just bought that freighter, but like I still have some money, so I was able to scrounge together a tiny little fighter. Started going out to try and do stuff again, and got ganked. I was like, you know what? I looked at how much the game was going to charge me the next month. And I was like, I think I will go buy Just Cause 1 with that money. And I did. And you know what I did for the next year? I 100%ed the first Just Cause. And then I 100%ed Just Cause 2 the next year, because Just Cause 2 was already out when Just Cause 1 came out, because Just Cause 1 was like a couple bucks. And that was my time with EVE Online. Just Cause slaps? The first 2 certainly did. The third one is okay if you can get it for $5. The fourth one's a video game that they made. Just Cause is almost reaching, like, Duke Nukem levels of, are you really still making these? Like, people don't care about Duke Nukem anymore. It's just like people really don't care about that. Although, I do have this one, like, random thing about Just Cause that bothers me, right? In Just Cause 2, they call you Scorpio, right? They call you Agent Scorpio. That's what the locals there call you. They're like, Scorpio! You play a Duke Nukem 4? Okay, well, you're special. I mean, you can, actually. It's called something else, probably. Somebody's made... they've made multiple boomer shooters now that are basically Duke Nukem, so just go play one of those. With equally quippy protagonists, minus most of the sexism. Anyway, but yeah, they call them Scorpio, right? Scorpio, get in! When the Xbox One... This is very much that's what they call them! Hambloco, they call them boomer shooters, okay? I'm just regurgitating facts, okay? You can accept them or leave them. But no, Dusk is a boomer shooter, like Proteus is a boomer shooter. Shooters that look like they were supposed to be like on the PS2 but don't play like PS2 games are boomer shooters. Ultra Kill's a boomer shooter. Anyway, I just realized it's like 14 days before Gloomwood comes out, and I'm so excited. Anyway, I kind of lost my train of thought here. Where was I going with this? I had a direction. I would call that an arena shooter, not a boomer shooter. Spider Venom. Right, yes. So Scorpio. when the Xbox One was announced, before it was called Xbox One, it was called Xbox Scorpio. And I think I was the only person that I knew in that entire era that was just constantly going, that's what they call the guy in Just Cause. Nobody else know what I'm talking about. And everybody just kind of looked at me like I was a crazy person. Like, no, that's their project name. Xbox Scorpio. I'm like, yeah, Scorpio, the guy from Just Cause. Drove me nuts because I was the only person who like actually understood the reference, and I was just sitting there like going nuts, like drawing lines on a map, thinking that they were gonna launch with a Just Cause game, and then they didn't. I was kind of sad. You were thinking the exact same thing? Okay, so like a decade later, I found somebody who was thinking the same thing as me, like walking around in the mall, seeing like signs in EB Games up here in Canada that say all the news about Xbox Scorpio in 2010 or whenever that was. And I'm just like, oh my God, Xbox Scorpio. Maybe I'll actually buy an Xbox. And then I didn't because I was broke. Serious Sam? You mean that series of shooters that I forget exist, and then after the new one's been out for 5 years and it's $3, I buy it and then play the first level and go, hi, yes, I still don't really like Serious Sam, and then I move on with my day. But yeah, Serious Sam's a boomer shooter, if that's what you're asking. I respect Serious Sam from a safe distance, but have like no interest in actually playing those games. Okay. Those two should get caught, and that'll be all of the early explorers. How many are still up? Wait, what? Was there something in the lava just now? No. Okay. Yeah, not too many more. Okay, most of them are in the caves. You should go get caught in that cage trap, right? There. Sweet. And then when this human gets past this row of traps, I'm gonna pull the lever to lock this whole thing. And the lava will kill all the things in the cages. No, we BBQing humans. It's about to get really hot in here. To anybody who missed this the first time, you might want to watch the fiery action. Yeah, when you last watched the stream, Virtue, like, we were just starting Longdeath. Thunk. And thunk. There you go. They all walk inside. And now if you haven't seen this before, you might want to watch. It's not super quick, though. Let the panic begin. Like I said, not super quick, but it's V effective. It's the hot stick is the lever for this one. Pull the hot stick. I just saw a human throw a piece of their clothing, I think. I just saw a piece of clothing go skidding along the floor. Unfortunately, a lot of the carnage is covered with smoke, but... How could you possibly learn the way of the Ferengi as an unintelligent human, though? It's impossible for you to learn the way of Ferengi. Even Quark went over this. It's impossible for a Ferengi to accurately learn from a human. They learn by doing. As somebody who's currently rewatching DS9, I literally watched an episode about that yesterday, and then Quark's like, actually, nah, and then like sends his kid to school. Just watched that episode in season 1. Ah, Quark. I will say that Patrick Stewart is like some strange immortal human being because he still looks about the same age. Like the only thing that's changed about Patrick Stewart is he's a little bit more hunched over now. Weird. Mother, take your clothes off this instant. Anyway. So I follow a Twitter account, which is just Star Trek, at Star Trek minus context. And it's just like random screen grabs from every series of Star Trek minus context. And one of my favorite ones is just Quark going, Mother, take your clothes off this instant, because it always has the subtitles up. That's like, ah, yes. Ferengi. Let me see if I can find that Twitter account. Star Trek minus context. Yeah. See, what have they done recently? You know, Star Trek minus context. Like, ah, yes, I remember that episode. Anyway, closing that now. Oh no, do we have another eternally burning human that doesn't actually burn to death? Brilliant. I think we do. This happens every now and again. This is a bug where humans will catch fire and not actually burn to death. They'll completely engulf in flame. I'm starting to think that they're vampires or something. But like, they'll catch fire like this. And then just stay on fire until all the lava drains out and then leave. Sometimes we just get fireproof humans, and I don't understand how that works. But it happens sometimes. Like, there's another one it looks like. Do not know what causes it. It's none. Hammerhead, shark leather. Mostly leather and cloth. Like, it's a bug. Like, they're not actually on fire. Maybe their power is they're just too stupid to realize that they should be dying. Oh, also, something that I've learned having this open, all of the voices, all of the Dwarven thoughts being pumped into the announcement screen, is every single time an enemy dies, the king and the mayor both state, I have defeated many fearsome opponents, and they get a positive mood from it. Never noticed that until I did that. It's just really funny when there's like a billion things dying and the king's like, I've defeated many fearsome opponents! I have defeated many fearsome opponents! I have defeated many fearsome opponents! It's just this funny kind of like list of things that just pops up. It's like, no you haven't, you doofus. You're drinking in the tavern. I mean, what's the king doing right now? Socializing in the tavern, talking about how he's Defeated many fearsome opponents, I guess. Oh, wait. This one's lying down now. Did you just lie down? And then you got Now, I wonder if this is one of these, like, as long as they're standing, they can't burn to death, but if they lie down, then they burn to death. If I look at this, every now and again, the human's thoughts pop up in here, too. So every now and then you get to see, like, death. This is truly horrifying, and very other dwarfy sayings like that. What, any fearsome opponents? He never lost any fights versus fearsome opponents? True. Not yet, anyway. He's stopping, dropping, and rolling. Ironically, I have a feeling it's like they're climbing the wall or something. So it, like, puts them into, like, an alternative time space, and then they just don't touch the lava. He's just thinking really cold thoughts is what he's doing. The thing is, I could probably go invade the goblins now and bring the goblins into fight and slowly kill them all too. There's part of me that, like, I was thinking about this last night, about what to do with Longdeath now that we're at war with these humans. It's like, maybe now's when I do go summon the goblins to fight. I don't know. That kid must have won the floor is lava all the time, yep. I am a popsicle! I am a popsicle! I am a cold and calculated killer! I am feeling pretty chill right now. And I'm not David Lynch. Why am I talking like this? Anyway. I am film producer David Lynch. I would love to see David Lynch make a video game. Like, I would love to see him direct a video game. Could someone, like, pay David Lynch to direct a video game? Or is he just, like, a full-time YouTuber now? Like, what the fuck is David Lynch doing aside from just, like, occasionally releasing a short film and being a YouTuber? Like, I think him and Suda51 would get along pretty well. Assuming they could figure out how to communicate. Because I don't think Suda51 speaks English. Everybody's made a video game at this point. Although, there is this. But this is a very official piece of software. Which I adore. You can watch film director David Lynch teach you how to teach you how to type. David Lynch teaches typing. It's a very normal typing software program for the home computer. Anyways, it was an entertaining hour, or 10 minutes, or however long it takes to play through it. So yeah, if you want to see film director David Lynch teach you how to type, you can do that there for free. And a surprise whooper? Whopper. Okay, I was going to say a whooper is something completely different. Like, I don't think she showed up and whacked you with a paddle, but that would be kind of strange. You have a good time at work, friend. New press spoiler redacted? What? What do you mean? Oh, now press is what you mean. Now press your finger into the undulating bug. Yeah, anyway. Just, I would recommend playing David Lynch Teaches Typing. It's an entertaining couple minutes. Every time, what, you mix up new and now? Or are you like voice to texting? Hold on. Trying to find a specific video on YouTube. This video. Yeah, Biscuit's video. This guy? This guy's tuned into my stream a couple of times, which blows my mind a little bit. But this guy, like, wrote a piece of software just to, like, figure out how fast he can type. Because he has the same name on Twitch, Biscuit. Tunes in every so often. But, I'm just saying that your teacher reminds me of Biscuit. Someone was... I remember seeing a comment on one of Biscuit's videos calling him the Finland's Bob Ross of programming. Oh, there go those two humans that were in the cage. Probably open source knowing Biscuit, because like everything he does is open source pretty much. Although at that point, just download typing, go buy Typing of the Dead. You know? Last humans just need to burn. Although they must... Oh, no, they did bring quite a few metal things. I was going to say they must not have brought as much metal, because I wasn't seeing as much metal, but it's all just in the middle. If you know what you're doing. I don't, so it's impressive. Just because, like, you can doesn't mean I have the desire or the thought process or the intelligence to. I don't know. I love it when programmers are like, nah, that's easy. It's like, that's like saying you can write a story very easily if you know how to write and read. But as somebody who, in the programming equivalents, doesn't know how to write or read, first I have to learn how to write and read. So nothing about that is easy. Because I have to learn how to write and read first. It's like, yeah, I could very easily write a short story. Because I know how to read and I know how to write. Doesn't matter how simple it is comparatively to other programming work. Shit's all very complicated and extremely difficult. Just because you already have that skill set just makes you into kind of a braggart. Come on, humans, just get caught in lava. We'll speed everybody's life up. Just go dive in. Get it. It's all orange and appetizing. I mean, that's like asking what is Google in the modern day internet. Can you write a program in less than an hour? Is it likely to be good? Yeah, no, it's not likely to be. I could write a program. Sure. I don't know. It kind of bothers me when people are just, when I'm like impressed by something and I was like, no, you can do that real quick. Because again, will it be free of bugs? Egg, yes. I mean, I could go to a code distro somewhere and just like verbatim copy some code and be totally fine, but that being said, yeah, see, like I said, I need to learn how to read because it went over my head. I don't even, chat, if anybody in chat tries to explain this to me, I will time you out because it drives me nuts when people do. I don't know how binary works and can't wrap my brain around it. I took a programming class once. I swear I have a learning disability for that shit. You took classes and you can't remember that crap? Yeah, no, I don't know. I think that everybody's brain is wired differently and some people are wired to remember certain things. I can't remember how the English language works on a good day, let alone computer speak. I managed to brick a laptop when trying to install Ubuntu. But that was more just the laptop's fault, not so much Ubuntu. That laptop's hard drive was like on the brink of failure and installing Ubuntu just kind of like killed it. Oop, how the fuck did you just catch fire there? Such a weird place to catch fire. Huh. I guess a tiny little bit of lava caught him. One human left, the other two don't count. Need this human and then the one in that cage over there to catch fire, and then we can open it up. You could say that again, Farana. It's like I'm a 28-year-old man and I still mix up 2 and 2 sometimes. Like sometimes like I legit have to like stop and Google which 2 to be used in a sentence because I second guess myself. It's like I don't actually know. Well, although I don't ever confuse them with TWO. That one's fine. It's just TO and TOO. But yeah, every now and again, I will like straight up just like go to Google and like second guess myself because like I feel like I'm wrong. I'm almost always right, but I stare at it. I'm like, what? The most fun that I had with programming adjacent things was with Lego Mindstorms. But that was a very simple GUI interface of motor forward, motor backward, motor left, motor right, and some very simple if-then statements. Like fucking Factorio is more complicated than Lego Mindstorms was when I used it. But like that was the extent of my no, that's not what I want to do. That was the extent of my experience into that kind of stuff. So the vents should, okay, the drain or the whoosh closes and then the vents open. It can drain. Except for that end one. You have a fucked up tongue and so you can't roll your R's like brrr. It's absolutely a rest in peace situation. So you're never learning Spanish or French very well? Yep. Back in the day, 1985. You remember refining characters on your TI-99 4A. You know, I can't remember who said this, but I was listening to a GDC talk. And the programmer said, anybody born in the 70s that had a computer in the 80s has an unfair advantage when it comes to learning to program. Because you got to witness the fundamental invention of a lot of those techniques in real time. And you got to start off with the most like basic of coding, right? Like just straight up machine code in some cases, or very simple, like basic ass programming languages. You can't say the word sixth. Oh, you're like So I had a friend growing up named Jacob, who I talk about on stream from time to time, who was very Polish and he couldn't say the word the. He would say da. It was impossible for him to say the TH. The TH was just impossible. He couldn't say any THs. Anything like though, thou, them, they, this, that, the other. All of those things was with a D, a hard D instead of a TH. Which was very amusing to me when I was a small kid. Still leaving thread. How are you doing? Doing a little better? That's good to see. Yeah, the ixth is difficult. Anyway, yeah, so the GDC talk that I watched was quite literally like, it was fascinating to me because I feel like if I was born in the 70s, I would be one of those people. I think that if I sat down, like, before C existed. If I remembered, I would link it. I can't remember. Because sometimes I'll just... Back when I had a TV, I used to just go to the GDC YouTube channel and plop, like, just put that... It might have actually been the Spiderweb software guy talking. Whatever his name is. It might have been one of his talks. Anyway, the guy who makes those, like, old-school CRPGs who's been making indie games since, like, the early 90s. By himself. That guy. Anyway, it might have been one of his talks. I can't remember which one, though. But I used to just, like, put on their playlist and just, like, let them run all the time. Like, some people have CNN on all the time. I used to just put on GDC. But, yeah, no, he was, like, he was rambling about how anybody who was born between, like, 1950 and 1970 and got a computer at the beginning of home computing has a incredibly unfair advantage because everybody was learning everything in real time and at a reasonable speed. And now it's like, if you go take a programming course, you're expected to know how to type already. You're expected to know how to use a computer already. You're expected to know how to probably do some basic programming. You're expected to know all of the math required. Whereas, like, half of the first employees at I can't remember the name of the studio, but the studio that predated Rockstar in Scotland that made Grand Theft Auto and Grand Theft Auto 2 and Grand Theft Auto 3, most of them were, like, not even, like, tech related before they had that job. It's like that one of their 3D modelers was like, they worked in the bar next door and just hung out with them after work a couple times and started working on 3D modeling. It's like half of those stories are like I didn't have a computer until 2005, Virtue, and I didn't have internet in my home until 2008. And then between 2008 and 2011, I put about 10,000 hours into, well, I put about 4,000 hours into Crossfire, about 4,000 hours into Counter-Strike, and about 10,000 hours into League of Legends once I came out post about 2009, 10. So, yeah, no, I didn't have... Well, actually, that's not true. I had dial-up internet in 2005, but I wasn't allowed on it. I didn't have access to internet until... I didn't have quick access to internet until we got high speed, which was in 2008, or it might have been late 07. It might have been like December 07 or something. Who'd I main on League? I played a lot of tanky junglers. I don't see well, right? So thick boys that don't need to aim. So I played a lot of like Amumu and Trundle, and played some Nautilus when he came out. I played a little bit of Jun Zhao. My best season ever was, I think, the second to last season I played, which would have been about 2013, I guess, where I lost every single one of my placements. And I normally would place around gold and end the season around low diamond, or whatever that equivalent was back when it was an ELO ladder instead of like brackets. Anyway, I lost every single one of my placements and placed into bronze 4. And proceeded to get 68, go 68-0 with Master Yi. And I would just max, or I would just insta-lock Master Yi and take whatever lane was available or role was available. I would play AD carry Master Yi. I would play top Master Yi. I would play AP mid Master Yi. I would play jungle Master Yi. I would play anything Master Yi. I didn't lose a single game. Like, literally, it was like, this fucking troll is like, look at my win-losses. I'd link it on whatever the stat tracking site we were using at the time. It was pretty fun. Yeah, no, I quit that game because it was impacting my mental health and my relationships negatively. And haven't played since 2014, I would think. Or something like that. It was around the time I moved in. No, I literally wasn't smurfing. That was my main. I just lost every single one of my placements. But I played nothing but Master Yi all the way up to Plat. I was like, I think I've peaked. Give you something else to do. Give you a pick. But I don't know. The only real remnants of League of Legends that I have is I still sometimes watch VMan7, the streamer from a bajillion years ago, and I'm friends with Ponce. So anybody who played League of Legends, who watched League of Legends on YouTube back in the day, you've probably seen Ponce. Me and Ponce go whiskey tasting sometimes. He's actually the person who showed me the Irish Heather for the first time. Shoutouts to Ponce. Not to be confused with Herman Lee. Although very kind of weird full circle thing. Ponce back when he used to stream a lot, used to get confused for Herman Lee on Twitch because he's like had similar length hair and is Japanese. So people would just like look at him and be like, wait, are you Herman Lee? And he'd be like, no. And at the beginning of this year, me and my friend Kevin had an extra ticket to Dragon Force because his friend who was going to come with us got COVID. So we suddenly, like, 3 days before the show, had an extra ticket to Dragon Force. So I was like, literally just like sent Ponce a DM. I'm like, what are you doing tonight? And he goes, nothing, as per usual. Why? I'm like, you want to go see Dragon Force? So you finally got to see Herman Lee in person after being confused for Herman Lee for a couple of years. This would be a very funky ramble if nobody in chat knows who I'm talking about, but it's also pretty normal. I'm worried about this dwarf. I'm worried this dwarf is going to go south real quick. Often inflamed by hatred, frequently depressed, incredibly calm demeanor, deliberately cruel to those unfortunate enough to be subject to his sadism, is disturbed by this, is someone who likes those that seek to acquire is bashful, currently shameless, feels lustful. You don't know who Ponce is? No. I'll link his YouTube account. Sorted by most popular. If you played League of Legends like 8 to 10 years ago, you've probably seen videos. Considering he's got lots in the hundreds of thousands of views kind of era. Although these days he's a very, like, small streamer because his YouTube channel kind of fell apart, unfortunately, when he tried to do non-League of Legends content. That's actually something that genuinely worries me. It genuinely worries me that, like, not that I would be upset by this, but there is a very real possibility that, you know, Premium Dwarf Fortress comes out and a lot of people watch me. And none of them watch me do anything other than Dwarf Fortress, which should be fine because I could probably play Dwarf Fortress pretty much forever because it's a, you know, still under development, pretty fucking replayable, great game, right? But everything gets tired sometimes, and sometimes you need a break. And every now and again, I need a break from Dwarf Fortress, and I go play something else for a couple of weeks or a couple of days even. Sometimes like just like a stream of something else is enough. But like, it would really suck if, like, Premium Dwarf Fortress comes out and my stream does a lot better, but, like, everybody just leaves when I play something else. It's a very real possibility. It might happen. Where's my mayor at? Oh, mayor is praying to the god of disease and death. How lovely. So upset dwarf comes over to mayor and goes, let's have a meeting. I want to cry on you. Because right now, like, if I swap from Dwarf Fortress to a different game, I lose about a third of my audience, sometimes up to half of the people watching. Which I wish wasn't the case, but it is what it is. I do get that not everybody has exactly the same feelings about games as me. Doesn't want to watch the exact same things that I want to play. But, you know, one can hope. Also ran to late winter. I think we'll roll into spring. And then I think we're going to swap games on the topic of swapping games. Actually, I'm going to go eat food briefly because I've been streaming for 7 hours and 16 minutes and it's lunchtime, damn it. And then I think we're going to try playing this. We're going to try playing this, Space Bandit, which is a game that I'm kind of curious about. I think it might be a sleeper hit. Might be. I need to play a bit more of it, though. Hey, Callie. It's easy to have your stream on in the background if you're working from the house. Oh, no, that's fair. I mean, like, I fully acknowledge that my stream is very much a... Like, it's not going to be for everybody, and, like, the Dwarf Fortress stuff, especially Longdeath, is not always going to be, like, the most exciting thing, which is why I need to figure out what to do with Longdeath after Premium comes out. Oh, they're singing the Poet of Phrases. But, yeah, no, I get that. I absolutely get that. I mean, Caves of Cut is a hell of a fucking video game. Fucking love Caves of Cut. Caves of Cut is just a game that's hard for me to play a lot. Like, it's not the kind of game that I enjoy, putting 100 hours in 2 weeks, right? It's the sort of game that I will binge play for a brief period, like for 3 or 4 days. I will play that game like 14 hours a day, and then I don't want to touch it again for like 6 months. Although for Jupiter Hell stuff, if you follow this account, every Monday for 2 hours I stream Jupiter Hell on that account. And they pay me to do it, so it's a thing that I'm obliged to promote. But yeah, it's a promoted thing that the publisher does. Although it was kind of funny because Vader, who's one of my followers, popped in while I was streaming on Hyperstrange's account, and they're like, "Did you change your name? Because I can't see you in my following list." It's like, well, okay, let me explain. Which I just think is really funny. All right, let's, I think that's the lever I need to pull. Yes, baddie, enter fort. But yeah, also I advised them to not sign the affiliate contract on that account. Purely because there's no ads on that account. So I think they've taken my advice on that, and they're not signing the affiliate contract until there's enough people that are actually watching that they'll subscribe, because it's a pretty small account. It's got like a few hundred followers on it, and did all right around the launch of their last game, and that's kind of what that account's for. It's to like do launches and stuff and preview coverage for their own games. But I was going to take a break. I'm waiting until winter ends, which is in 10 days in game time. No, you didn't get me off track. Yeah, I'm waiting for spring to roll in, because then we'll have done a year and a half, which is what I was aiming for. Because Longdeath is all about time passing, right? Besides, dwarves need a break anyway. This is a good opportunity for the dwarves to just chill. Which booze are we at? Cool, much better. Yeah, I'm just happy that people tune in and watch this stream, Like, I wouldn't be able to afford to have this job if people didn't watch. So, I'm happy that people watch. I personally am just, on the topic of Dwarf Fortress though, I'm just excited to see how many people that I used to be in the same directory with on Twitch pile into the Dwarf Fortress directory when Premium releases. I know like Cringer will be streaming Dwarfs. I wonder if Shenrir will. I don't even know. But for like a good month at least, I won't be the only one. I won't be alone. It'll be kind of nice. Well, I mean, there's like, what, 2 other people streaming Dwarfs right now? Yeah, there's 2 other people. There's usually like 2, maybe 3 other channels streaming Dwarfs. But I'm usually the only one with more than a couple of viewers. Feels pleasure near a fine seat. Pleasure near a fine table. Yeah, we'll just let time pass. Actually, out of curiosity, how many people are watching the stream right now? Could I get a round of beers? If you're listening to the stream, just type in the word beer. Let's see how many beers we can get. A little lurky at this time. So I curious. Cheers, chat. You'll be back. Oh, are you just heading out to go do something? I know you'll be back. It's fine, Hambloco. It all works. Typing in the emote works. The follower emote works. The beers emoji works. The beer emoji works. HS Cheers works. Co-Carnage's fucking beer emote works. The word beer just by itself in a bajillion different languages. Maybe not a bajillion, but at least 3. Subscribing works too. Thank you very much for the 9th month. Welcome back, Callie.
Crypt Bear.
Cheers. Helping keep this channel funded, 1 sub at a time. We're on the 25th of Obsidian, so we're going to go all the way up to the 30th of Obsidian, and then it'll roll around to the 1st, and then game will save, and then that's when I'll go take my lunch break, and then we'll swap games. Although I'll move into the right directory before I swap us, or before I go get food. And that'll be like a 5-minute break while I eat a sandwich, and then we will listen to a bit of a record, and then we will hop into the next game. Also, chat, would it be too much to ask for a couple more beers for that resub? Just a couple more. It's like the inverse. It's like the sub came after the wall of beers. Cheers, chat. So I think the way to do this is to just not touch the game for a minute, as much as I want to constantly be checking menus. Just not touch the game for a minute. And just, you know, let it do its thing. And hopefully we don't get invaded again. Also, all that lava's going away. Do I like idle games? Does anybody like idle games? I play some idle games, so I don't know if I like them. They're a nice distraction sometimes. Actually, the record that I'm going to put on during my break is the soundtrack for an idle game. I really want someone to put that Cookie Clicker soundtrack on vinyl, and I want it to be a picture disc of a giant cookie. What, idle games? Universal Paperclips, Space Plan, Cookie Clicker. Oh, The Longing. That's not really a click. Well, I guess that's kind of an idle game. I never played The Longing, but yeah, it's kind of an idle game. Kind of. I don't actually have Cookie Clicker running right now. I play it on and off. Excellent soundtrack. Fair enough. I haven't seen it or heard it, so. But I'm familiar with the game. I generally don't like Dungeon Synth much, but whatever. The little bits that I've heard, everybody's like, this is amazing! And then I listen to it and I'm like, this is kind of not good. Not really my aesthetic, I suppose, when it comes to synthy music. I don't like almost any mobile games, so. But I do have 1,500 hours in Cookie Clicker. This is true. Yeah, Cookie Clicker is far and away the most played idle game that I've played. All right. Well, we've made it to early spring. So we fought off 2 raids today. That was the majority of the progress done today. We brought in a bunch more merchants, which is also good. We slaughtered some of our unicorns, which is also good. We melted down a lot of iron from the humans, and Longdeath continues. Almost all mobile games are idle games? I don't think that's true. There are, however, a lot of idle games on mobile. Unless you're counting, like, games where you have to wait for a bar to recharge to do a thing. Unless you're counting those as idle games, but I don't really count those as idle games. Those are just really boring games. You know, like, I wouldn't consider Clash of Clans an idle game, even though there's a lot of waiting in Clash of Clans. So, we are going to go to lunch break now. And I am going to be changing